Testing. Testing. There we go. How we doing, chat? How's it going? How's it hanging? How we all doing on this fine Saturday night? Let me just make sure that everything is all good on my audio end, because my mic was not working there for a bit. All right. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Does it sound too peaky? My audio all messed up, or do we sound good? I'm gonna listen to it myself. I don't know if no offense, I don't know if I totally trust you guys. It could go down a little bit. All right. Get this party started, shall we? End of the first song already, and beep. That was the wrong button. Beep. Oh my god, where'd my camera go? We can't be doing this right now. Hold on. There we go. All right, we got people in the chat. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Oh my god, I have headphone dent on the side of my hair. That's something you don't see every day. What is up, Ghost, Cubes, Sam, Tony, Buddha, PS5? Hello. What is up, Scott? Good to see you. What's up, Odo? Good to see you as well. Hello, hello, everyone. It is stream number 2. Stream number 2 of this thing that I like to call, of this thing called Balisong live streaming of 2026. We're here because I'm making an effort to stream a little bit more this year. I hope you all are doing well. We today are going to be going over some of the things that we didn't go over in the last stream because you guys were so enthusiastic and ready to chat last stream that I didn't even go over half of the stuff that I was going to talk about, which is technically fine because some things have happened in the past few days which I do actually have a strong opinion on. I am far from the GOAT of the Balisong space, Scott, but I appreciate that you think so. I appreciate that you think so. Streaming is peak. Baliunk in chat. If you guys do enjoy streaming, there's a few other people in the hobby that do it. Baliunk does it. I know I've seen Samuel in chat stream. Ghost Ballies, that is the wrong ghost. I was going to say that you stream as well, but that is not ghost flipping. My fault. My fault. Ghost flipping also has been streaming a lot. I've seen him come up in my recommended. Well, Ghost in chat streams as well. There's 2 ghosts. If you're interested in spooky, scary specters that are semi-transparent, he's got you. Would you consider Balisong flipping more OG than Will Hirsch? Probably not. Will has been flipping since he's been like in 10th grade, I think he said in videos. Which probably puts him very similar to Balisong flipping. I have no idea. I don't know Balisong flipping's history. And I personally agree with Odo. Balisong flipping barely interacts with the community in any way, shape, or form. Spooky Scary Specters. Is that what the triple S stands for, Baliunk? Or I'm gonna do my best to call you Scott, but my brain is like hardwired to read names in chat, so I'm sorry about that. Is it true that the cheese is becoming 70.75? Yes. I actually got an email about it today from Nabali's themselves. While I was actually watching Scott's stream, I checked my email, and I had a new newsletter from Nabali saying that the cheese is... I guess this will be our first topic. The cheese is now... Drum roll, please. 70.75 aluminum. And that is a pretty crazy change, because in case you don't know, 70.75 aluminum is technically a tiny bit heavier than 60.61 aluminum, which means that this change will, theoretically, unless they accounted for it, which I doubt they did, directly change the balance of the cheese. Which I don't know how to feel about, because I already consider the cheese to be fairly... I can't say perfect. It's very difficult to call a $60 Balisong perfect, but like for a $60 to $70 Balisong, the cheese is really up there. So I am very interested to see how the change actually changes the cheese, because the Prisma Pro was actually born out of the Prisma V2. I don't know, is the Prisma V2 like lost lore at this point to Balisong flippers? Because it might be. I mean, we have a lot of new people in chat, and the Prisma V2 existed for like 2 drops. Basically, the Prisma V2 was the Prisma Pro, but made out of 60.61 aluminum, which was ever so slightly lighter than the 70.75 that the Prisma Pro would come to be made of, which means that the two flipped differently. Not crazy differently, but they did flip differently, and I actually, to this day, prefer the Prisma V2. So we'll see how this changes things. I'm a little bit nervous about this change with the cheese, but we'll see where it goes. Does that mean I have to buy a new cheese? I might buy one, see how the difference is, and then maybe do like a giveaway or something. I don't know. I don't like to... Here's the thing with giveaways. I enjoy doing them because I love giving people free stuff in the community to help them out. I don't like giveaways because it's just artificially boosting all the numbers, and I don't really care for that. So we'll see. Maybe I'll just give it away to someone in my Discord. I don't know. When is the cat video coming? When is the cat coming? Period. I have no idea. They just said that it shipped out. So what do you have to say about polar flaps? Nothing. If Balisong flipping doesn't engage with the hobby, then polar flap certainly doesn't either. What up, Paul? Paul from Damn Right I Got Knives. Good to see you. They should call it the goat cheese. I think they maybe should have 2 different versions. As much as I hate this idea in practice, it might actually, or as much as I hate this idea... Mental reset. As much as I hate this idea on paper, depending on how much differently they flip, it might be worth having like the more durable cheese and then the less durable cheese. But then at that point, you're just charging more, or you're charging the same amount for objectively inferior materials. So actually, no, I don't think there should be 2 separate versions. It's an interesting change that I don't think the cheese really needed. I guess that's where I kind of stand on it. Because, like, does anyone really care about the durability of the cheese? The biggest difference between 60.61 aluminum and 70.75 aluminum is its impact resistance. But the cheese is coated in Teflon, which chips at, like, the slightest look. So I don't really care about them improving the durability when the coating is still just going to flake off of the thing if I drop it. So I don't really know. I also might need to change my camera again. Ow. There we go. Get a little bit, tiny bit better exposure. 7075 might help with the Zen pins falling out. I doubt it. If they're just gluing it in, I don't think it matters what material the Balisong is made out of. Your opinion on Bali YouTubers who used to be really popular but aren't really a part of the mainstream modern community? They're part of modern Balisong YouTube because they're still uploading and they still get a good number of views, but they're not a part of like the community itself because they just don't interact with it. I don't know. It's an interesting piece of news. I mean, it's cool that there's a Balisong that you can buy for like $70 that actually is 7075. I guess the Orion existed at that price before though, so I don't know. It's just kind of a weird. Some people who had Zen pins falling out started from the force warping the holes they sit in. That's what started it with mine as well. Wouldn't you see that issue on like any 6061 aluminum Balisong though? I'm not doubting you. I'm just pushing back on it, on that idea a tiny bit. What's up, Grim? How you doing? Do you think you glaze the cheese? Yes. What? Of course I do. Do I think I glaze the Balisong that I constantly talk about how good it is and how much I like it? Yes, I do. What are some good blade biased Balisongs to try? The problem with blade bias is that it's very rarely done well. More blade biased Balisongs. Maybe something like the Frank, the Corvus, like you mentioned. Blade bias is just really tough to recommend to people because most of the Balisongs that I don't like in my collection, things like the Akuma Matata, things like the Tech Noir, are things that would be considered blade bias because of how heavy the blade is, and they just kind of suck. My Squid Trainer pins also try and come out. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Squishy, I wish, or Squashy, Squishy, I wish I had a better answer for you, but I really don't. I would say the Corvus is one of the Live Blade specifically is one of the good examples of a more blade biased profile that I could point you towards. The Frank is good as well, but that's more like tip weighted rather than actually blade biased. But it still kind of would give you a little bit of a unique experience. The problem is both of those don't exist anymore. So like, I don't know, man. Blade biased Balisongs, especially cheaper ones. It's tough. I'm planning on buying a Seraph next week. Would you say that it's worth it to buy? If you're a Balisong enthusiast, yes. If you are just like a casual flipper, probably not. Honestly, I'm someone who loves the Seraph, but if you're not someone who can appreciate other things than flipping, then the Seraph might be lost on you. Not lost on you, but you might feel like you spent too much money on it. You feel like you're okay with you know, like appreciating the build quality and the machining and all of that, then go for it. It'll be worth it. I've been really wanting a blade bias recommendation too. I think what people should do, I think if you want one of the most blade bias Balisongs I've ever flipped, it is the Hybel Knives trainer that he did. But the problem is those are going to be unobtainium. But those things, the blade was so heavy that you almost physically couldn't flip it. Too much handle bias is good because you hold the handles. The problem with too much blade bias is that there's no point in which you're holding the blade and you can benefit from all of that weight and momentum. So it just ends up becoming an unflippable mess. Been thinking about getting a nicer Balisong recently. I'm wondering if the Nautilus is better than the Kraken. I don't think so. I think there's it's a very contested question. I prefer the Kraken 100 times more. Some people prefer the Nautilus 100 times more. Some people couldn't care less about the difference between the two. But the Kraken is the golden standard for a reason. I'm still... Oh, here's a blade bias-ish Balisong for you. The Squid Trainer. It's not full-on blade bias, but the Squid Trainer is neutral to a point of almost causing issues while you're flipping, like blade bias would. So if you're looking for something that leans a little bit more that way, the Squid Trainer might be worth it checking out. Thankfully, this was sitting on my desk, because otherwise I would have completely forgotten about it. Planning on getting a new Bally. I'm thinking about the Cheese, Cat, or Orion V2. I can't speak to the Cat or the Orion V2. I have not tried them. Brandon in the house. What is up, Brandon? Should I start a new Balisong company based out of Kazakhstan? Kazakhstan? Called LDY. Or should I stay for 3 nights straight in the Antarctic with only 50 gallons of gasoline and a box of matches to keep me warm? That doesn't seem that bad. What am I talking about? I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I like the Antarctic one. That sounds like an adventure. The Crescent with 1 or no handle weights is pretty blade biased, especially with none. Really? What would you say it is with all the weights in, Odo? Is it like neutral or is it slightly handle biased? I'm assuming the little pins don't affect it that much. But if that's true, that would actually be like a really good thing to point people towards. The Superfly with no weights in it is like kind of leaning towards blade bias. Again, blade bias is tough because actually blade bias Balisongs just don't flip. At least heavily blade bias Balisongs just genuinely don't flip. So you're looking more for like neutral that leans towards blade bias more than you are specifically blade biased. It's pretty handle bias with all the weights in? Okay, that's crazy. I'm still waiting for a Crescent restock, but if that's the case, it's going to be like the go-to recommendation for people to recommend about learning about different balances. What's up, Glacier? How you doing? Hold on, this is an interesting one. I'm a website coder. What's up? What's up, Tico? I'm a website coder and game dev. I'm making a Balisong website. Well, what's the point of the Balisong website? I can't give you a name unless... I mean, I don't think I can give you a name, period. But... What's up, Tex? How you doing? I just hope they fix the bite side of the blade breaking off on the Crescent. Are there issues with the Crescent already? Is this a thing? Is this Mako V4 gate all over again? A website to recommend Balisongs? I don't really have a good name for that, honestly. Recommending Balisongs is a very personal thing, so I don't think there's a very good name that would like apply to everyone, because your recommendations aren't going to apply to everyone. Let the record show I listened to the entirety of your last stream as a VOD, and wow, what a stream. You missed a good one. I got a little passionate, but yeah. The first batch was hella rushed, so some back heat treated blades and bad scales were sold. Seriously? That's a pretty friggin' glaring QC issue. They better fix that. If they don't like take care of the people who are doing that, then I just realized I've had the desktop audio muted this whole time. I'm sorry, guys. They better be taking care of people. If If they're not taking care of people after they rushed a product, that is a big problem. I'm excited because I might be doing a blade swap for an Empusa. I'll have both a Medusa and an Empusa. That is sick. TVKO. If you're here, thank you for subscribing. The only reason I say if you're here is because sometimes people watch videos and they subscribe and it will still show up there. So could be some random guy just watching one of my videos right now. Yeah, that makes me not want to rush out to buy a Crescent, honestly, if they have glaring issues like that. My Crescent was sent to me specifically to review, and one of my scales doesn't have chamfering at the end. What the hell? The audio keeps cutting out for me. Is there anyone else experiencing that issue? Donations off? Yeah, I don't accept your money. Please keep it to yourself. I don't need it. You need it more than I do. Audio's fine? Cool. That sucks. I am disappointed both that that happened. I'm disappointed that they haven't addressed it on their social medias at all. Are you in college? No. No, I finished college last year. Believe it or not, I am not a 16-year-old. I am much older than that. Yeah, so it sounds like don't beat your Crescent. How is it breaking? I need to look up. You said the bite side of the blade was breaking? This is what I don't get. This looks like the Reverie to me. Like, this just straight up is what the Reverie was. So I'm surprised that didn't have any issues. Because the Reverie was also, I think, thinner than this. This looks like full-size trainer blade right here. That's wacky. There's a lot of things they fumbled with the crap. That sucks. That sucks so bad. Graduated last year too. Goddamn, this job market is rough. Dude, Squashy, I'm right there with you, dude. I feel your pain. I'm in college right now. Yeah, Tico, you don't need to give me money. You need to keep money for yourself, dude. I appreciate you wanting to donate, but please, there's a reason I don't have it enabled. I'm surrounded by excess. I don't need you to spend money on me. Hey, good luck, Squashy. Am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Squashy? Is it Squashy? I hope you get something. Tex, your Crescent broke. Oh, dude, that sucks. Someone's Crescent blade quite literally exploded. Did the blade just do that? Was it just sitting on the desk and it did that? Sucks for Jappy and Ivy too, because their Bally kind of got botched. Of course it does, because everyone's gonna blame them, even though it's objectively and totally Nabali's fault. Again, everyone always asks, you should design a Balisong with the Ballys. No. No, thank you. I don't need people blaming me because the company I decided to work with fucked up. Do you prefer the Teflon Vulp over the Vulp? Yes, I did. I'm missing a lot of messages in chat. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are going quick today. Oh, I think this is what someone said. I'm excited because I might be doing a blade swap with an Empusa blade. I think I meant to answer that and then I just didn't. That is awesome. I like the Empusa blade way more than the Medusa blade. Although there's some people out there that think they both suck. But that's okay. I just found out the cheese is 70.75 now. We just talked about that at the beginning of the stream. I am conflicted, but ultimately I think it's a strange but ultimately probably good decision. I'll say that to Ghost Flipping dropped his Barracuda V2 in his pool. Why is bro flipping over the pool? Where are you at with the Kite AL V1.5? They have my address to send me one. I have heard nothing past that. He wanted a challenge. Okay, so he purposefully flipped over his pool, failed at it. Why are you telling me about this? I didn't see it. Top 5 live blades. Oh gosh. Seraph, SlifT, Kraken, Tonto blade. Ditch V2 Corvus. I don't fucking know. That's just the 5 things that came to my mind. Will the cheese be more handle biased or the alloys weigh the same? 70.75 is slightly heavier than 60.61. So theoretically, yes, the new cheese would be more handle biased. Same thing with the Prisma Pro and the Prisma V2 back in the day. You should watch the Balisong Traveler. Well, you missed him, dude. He was in chat 20 minutes ago. What is your suggestion after my cheese got destroyed by me? What are you talking about? My Orion V2 arrived today. What's up, Scott? I didn't say hi when you said hi earlier. I apologize. I answered in my head. How you doing? How's the Orion V2 treating you? Certainly a bit early for it, but Blade Show in 4 months has me rather hyped. No, it is never too early to be excited for Blade Show. I'm excited for Blade Show in November of the year before it even happens, dude. That's like a year-round thing. The event of which the entire Balisong flipping year, revolves. I went to Monster Jam today. That is fire. I hope you enjoyed. Orion V2 is typical LDY. Most significant changes are to the jimping area. What did they change in the jimping? You better make it, Odo. You better make it, although Blade is getting... For me personally, Blade Show is getting very overwhelming because last year was one of the first years that, like, I really don't feel like I had enough time to talk to people. Like, I walked away with so many people I was like, I should have, and I wanted to talk to them more. And now I'm just meeting more people now, and it's gonna be even more of a schedule crunch. We'll see. Where is Blade Show East? Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a little conflicted. I want to find more Ballys that are long blade, long handle. Most Machinewise products. Long blade, long handle, Machinewise. Long handle, short blade, Arctic, or glider. Medium handle, medium blade, Squid Industries. And then Nabali's is kind of all over the place. Nautilus or Wing? Wing all day. But you can watch my previous reviews on the Nautilus to know why I don't like it very much. Do any of y'all struggle with chaplains around humidity? Not especially. Feel like the Kraken fits short blade, long handle. I do have a Kraken. Yeah, I can see that. I can see the blade is horrendously short when you look at it inside the handles like that. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that, Odo. Also, that's freaking cool. I was flipping this a lot while he was over, so it must have... Ooh, those handles were both very loose. Holy. There we go. Oh, actually, I have to put back in my zippy insert. Ty was over yesterday and he wanted to try this without the insert. Are you going to Blade Show Texas? Zero chance. If I ever go to a different show besides East, it will be Blade Show West. It won't be Texas. How's the weekend been? Relatively uneventful. Can't say that I've done much. My New Year's resolutions in my personal life to be less of a brain-rotted Instagram Reels scroller have been going pretty well. That's been a good feeling. Genuinely, what the fuck do you want from me? We don't allow Ethan to come to Blade Show Texas. What the hell? Quick question. What is your microphone setup with noise cancellation and noise gate? I use a program called Voice Meter Banana to increase my fader gain and give an audio gate to my microphone. I hate the program, but it's really the best thing that exists out there for what I need it for. To your opinion on inserts? I love them. I don't love installing them, as you can tell. Any live blade Balisongs that aren't super expensive? The Orion. If you're willing to do a little work, you can get a false edge Canyon for like 40 bucks and sharpen it yourself, but that's going to take a lot of equipment. The cheapest live blade that you can buy out of the box is the Orion for 75 bucks. Polly, the rage bait ain't gonna work on me, brother. I guess that's not rage bait, but the chat bait doesn't work on me, man. I've tried Voice Meter. I don't know about it. You use no filters like in OBS. Nope. I use Voice Meter Banana and the audio that comes out of my mic. At least I'm fairly certain. Yeah, I don't use any filters on my mic. Oh, I'm sorry. I use a limiter, but that's just so if I scream into the microphone, it doesn't destroy your eardrums. You can try and land a combo right now. Unfortunately, I can't. There's just too much around me for me to be able to do a combo in the view of the camera. Okay, I need some tools or something. This shit is not working. What's a... Oh, shoot. Sticky? Is that it? Is it sticky? I learned how to pronounce that from, Scott, I keep wanting to call you Sam. I have no idea why. I think it's because, On the job flips. For some reason, I just get you two mixed up in my head sometimes, which makes no sense because you're totally different people. Doesn't the extrusion have a false edge now too? Oh, it does. I actually totally forgot about that. Only reason I'm asking is I got a new mic. I'm trying to set it up with good noise suppression and stuff. Yeah, I use voice meter. If you're not looking to use voice meter, I unfortunately have nothing for you. I'm sorry. Confirmed Sam and Scott are very different. I think it's just the S names, man. Okay, please. Oh, I actually got it. Holy shit. Why do you not like Polly? The bait is not going to work on me. I have no issues with Balisong Traveler. What's up, Spark? Wait. Oh yeah, the extrusion has a false edge too. I think it's the canyon, the extrusion. Sorry, the impulse. Canyon, impulse. Lightning obviously doesn't have one. You could also get one of their more expensive false slide blades, something like a Hydra or a Wing. But I know you were looking for cheap. Are you excited for the TI Nabali's? Yeah, if they ever do it. They've been teasing... Dude, they've been teasing titanium stuff for years now. So, like, I'm kind of in a I'll believe it when I see it. Oh my god. Just go in. Oh wait, I think I actually got it. This stupid insert. It's defeating me big time. Yeah, the TI Bally, they've teased, changed, teased, probably changed again since. I can't get excited until they actually have something to show us. Dear Blade Bias admin, what the hell is even that? Oh, I broke my little... Okay, that's fun. What is your favorite food? I like a good steak. Please, Zippy. Can you work with me? There we go. Oh my god, I actually got it. I could go to Iron Age right now if I wanted, and it's so hard not to now that I think about it. Brandon, you are a lucky son of a gun, my friend. You are a lucky son of a gun. All right. That only took freaking 6 years. I only dropped. Where did it even go? Significant Donut. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'm currently deeply, extensively calculating how much I want to do an impromptu New Zealand trip. Holy shit. Where do you get inserts from, and what's a good mid-range bally? Good mid-range bally, I have a ton of recommendations at different price points at a link down in the description. And inserts are all from Zippy Balisong. There are other people who do it, but Zippy is like the de facto guy when it comes to... I'm not going to say that. When it comes to putting inserts in your Balisong. Working on another video at the moment. Figure it's fitting since I'm watching Camaro E live stream. I look forward to seeing what you come up with, dude. Have you heard anything about rad Balisongs and their Cygnus V2? What the hell are you talking about? The Cygnus V2 is LDY. Brandon, you want to do a impromptu New Zealand trip? Holy, that would be freaking fire. Rad Balisongs is run by the same guy who designed the Cygnus. Rad is the original designer of the Cygnus. He left the company a while back because of some drama. Okay, hold on. Wasn't someone kicked out of LDY because of some criminal allegations? Is that not who I'm thinking of, or is that a different person? Looked up flights. They're exceptionally affordable, flexible, and not terribly inconvenient. Really? That would be pretty cool, dude. The guy that was supposedly kicked out is still in the company. This is why I just prefer dealing with companies that are like in North America, because you actually hear about stuff like this. I have no idea what's going on over there at LDY. So you essentially get to run back your like dream New Zealand trip. That sounds pretty sick. Oh, BRS always has drama. BRS is yeah, that they're not a very good company to point to. Balisong trivia stream with some other Bally YouTubers would be a fun watch. I tell you this honestly, I have wanted to do like a Balisong Jeopardy live stream show since I started in the hobby. That has been an idea that I have almost never lost from the back of my mind. I just don't know how I would do it, because I don't think I'm the right person. I'd want an OG, like a Den or a Jack Pyro or something, to organize all the questions together. Unless I really dig deep in some of the lore, but we'll see. Know that it is not currently my priority, but also know that it is something that I've wanted to do for a very long time. Will is another good one. Will is incredibly knowledgeable about our hobby. I myself have learned so much from Will. Will is like the most Balisong autism I've seen in a while. That's just how Will is a... Getting to know Will over the course of the past few years has shown me how he is just a... And I cannot stress this enough. Will is a fountain of information for anything that you could possibly think of that he is also slightly interested in. If you need to know something about how to take care of some like whack-ass reptile, Will's got you. If you need to know anything about headphones or audio or speakers, Will's got you. If you need to know something about flipping or like the physics of flipping or the history of flipping, Will's got you. He just knows so much. That guy is an absolute blast to talk to. What are your other hobbies besides flipping? Transformers, in case you couldn't tell. I collected Hot Wheels for a little bit there. And I like headphones and music. Other than that, I don't know. The regular guy. I'm tired. Tony, you've been in the Discord all day, haven't you? I don't blame you for being tired. There's a group of you that just sit in my Discord all day, every day, and I genuinely don't know how you do it. Doing my New Zealand thing would probably mean no Blade Show Texas for me this year, though. Are you... That doesn't seem like such a bad thing. No offense to the Blade Show Texas people, but like of all the shows to miss, Blade Show Texas is the one to miss. You see the guy on r/Balisong that made an aluminum Balio thingy? I did not. I don't really go on the Reddit a ton. Every time I look at the Reddit, I see some cool post, I comment on it, and I say, I'm going to look at the Reddit more often. And I never do. Considering, Brandon, you're already like so close to Blade Show East, I would say New Zealand tops going to another different Blade Show. Have you played Spider-Man 2? I have not. I played the first one. The first one's peak. The second one is decent. I've watched all of it because I don't feel like waiting the year that it takes to come out on PC. And then by the time it does come out on PC, I don't really care about it anymore. See you, Glacier. Have a good one, dude. I would love to visit Japan personally. I would too. Unfortunately, I have a peanut allergy. So going to pretty much any Asian country is a big question mark for me unless I like deeply learn the language so that there's not a language barrier so that I can express that to people. I've always wanted to visit and I say Asian country, pretty much any Asian country, China, Japan, Korea, anything over in kind of that southeast area would be pretty cool to go to, but I just can't. What do you have playing through your IEMs? Is it just the same audio we have? Yeah, it's just the same audio you guys have. I have not gone to the lengths that you have to set up separate audio tracks for you and me, for me and you guys. Probably because if I was playing different things in my IEMs, you'd see me bobbing my head to some beat that doesn't exist, and it would probably be really weird. I've been thinking about getting some IEMs. I recommend them. I think everyone who cares a little bit about audio should have a nice pair of wired IEMs. It's just so nice to not have to deal with batteries and shit like that. I'm allergic to sesame, so Asia would also kill me. Dude, that's almost more rough. That's crazy. Sesame allergy is tough. I always say, as far as allergy roulette goes, I definitely pulled the best one because peanuts are ridiculously easy to avoid. Unless you're in Asia, which I'm not, so it doesn't really matter. Are you listening to Blade's Hotel Breakfast? Unfortunately, I'm not, Scott. Yeah, I don't think you could catch me dead listening to that in my free time. I have 0 allergies except for personal ones I can't share. I don't know what that means, but good for you. Thank God I wasn't born in China. I don't know Chinese. True. Are you going to Blade Show? That's the plan currently. It's a little too far out to confirm whether I'm going or not, but I usually try to make it to Atlanta for Blade Show East. But this year, more than previous years, really. I guess I went to Blade Show last year, even though I had a job. It's just tough with my current work situation and not really knowing too much about what the next few months are going to look like. So I'm not going to commit to anything, but it's generally the plan to go if I can. What is up, Ty? Ty Lestero, Tylophone, Tylenol. How you doing, Tetris? You doing good? You doing good, Tetracarbide? Doing good, Tetrajet? Do the fan to choker from the side. I'm pretty sure I have a few clips of me doing it on Instagram from the side. Again, it's difficult to flip over here in the camera. Hand hey some. Okay. Well, chat. It seems like this is going the same way as the previous stream. So I, unfortunately, am going to have to break up the party a little bit here because I want to talk about the LDY Orion V2. It is one of 2 topics that I really want to discuss before the stream ends. The Orion V2 is here and it exists. It's pretty cool. I now actually see what someone mentioned earlier in chat about the jimping. Let me... You get to see down the infinite hall of horrors. We got the Joker colors. They got the Joker colors on the Orion V2. So I did not buy one of these. As far as I know, they're not sending one to me. I have no idea if I will be receiving one of these. But even if I'm not, I didn't want to buy from the first drop because they specifically said that the early units are going to be $5 to $10 higher. You guys can't see that over there, but for some reason they just said it. I shouldn't say for some reason. I respect them saying that so that people didn't buy it and then get like the wool pulled over their eyes with a cheaper version later on down the line. So I actually do really respect them saying that. But it looks cool. They're going for more aggressive side jimping, which the second that you show me diagonal jimping, I kind of lose my mind because that directly pushes your fingers away from the spot that they currently are, unless that's just like a bad view and it actually is straight across. And it is quote-unquote neutral balance through optimized weight distribution. I guess it's more neutral than the typical Orion V1.5 because they use carbon fiber instead of aluminum for the spacers. I don't know how to feel about it. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I don't know how to feel about it. Because I thought the Orion was already fairly neutral, almost weirdly so, but I don't know, maybe removing a little bit more handle weight would get rid of some of that weirdness. What do you guys think of the Orion V1.5? Or the V2, sorry. Do you think the Orion S comb blade would fit in the 1.5 handles? I don't know. Maybe. Side jimping is angled. Oh, you said it, Steven. Okay. Side jimping's not fantastic. I personally prefer the 1.5. It also felt more neutral than the 1.5. Interesting, interesting. I like the handles, but not the blade. I think it looks great. No ass weight. Yeah, I'm a little nervous about the weight distribution, but also strangely interested. I think it could be good. I'd rather check out the Kite AL. It may make the trainer better. I'm hoping so. I would love if the trainer flipped closer to the live blade. I think the live blade Orion is genuinely excellent. Side jimping's not fantastic. I just think angled jimping is like a crater for your finger to slip into, and then it moves your finger. The whole point of jimping is that it stays in one place because it's straight across, and it gives you some sort of thing to resist against while the Balisong is swinging around. See you later, Matthew. Have a good night, dude. Just slipped my default Bowie Kraken. This kind of reminds me of a certain type of bread. But which one, though? But which one, though? Still flips as well? I'm so curious about the more neutral balance. Because on one hand, the Orion does feel like it could use more handle weight. On the other hand, when I took out handle weight from the Orion, I felt that it flipped a little better to my preference. So, we'll see. It's a crime we never made you a sourdough grilled cheese sandwich while you were here. You know what, Brandon? I think that shows character development on our parts. We were able to put the beef, or should I say the bread, behind us. Truly move forward with our lives. W character development. I get a Kraken clone if I already have the real one. No, why? Why would you ever do that? Ty, are you talking about your silver Kraken? Because Ty genuinely owns one of the best Krakens possibly in existence. With his silver polished speed channel Kraken, which flips. Mwah, it flips so good. Third time's the charm, Ty. Try it again. Unless that's what you were going for. You've got it. You've got it this next time. No, he doesn't got it. I made some sourdough this morning. Homemade. That sounds sick. Steven, you DM me a couple. I hate pulling up Instagram on stream because then everyone starts asking me to check my DMs. But for you, Steven, I will do that. The first thing that I see is a Charizard, a ripped Charizard in Nike shoes and a Nike sweatshirt. Thank you, Rob Heath. That is fucking awesome. Steven sent me. Oh my goodness, the jimping is even worse than I thought. So, courtesy of Steven Scott in chat, this is the jimping. I guess the spacer here is sticking out further than the actual aluminum, but the fact that they didn't put jimping on this flat surface of aluminum right here is just mind-boggling to me. My hope is that you're going to feel the spacer more than you're going to feel this surface right here, but why would you not just carry that across the face? I swear, maybe I'm the only one. Dude, I swear, Balisong creators have no idea how to make good jimping. Does anyone else feel that way? Does anyone else feel like half of the time Balisong makers just like make new jimping and they just like pull the random bullshit go and they just are like, hey, we're gonna try this for fun, and then it never works. You had like Squid with the Nautilus V2, you have LDY with this. You've got Squid with the jimping on the Squid trainer, which isn't the worst, but still not the greatest. And actually, Squid's biggest problem is the fact that they don't even put jimping on both sides of their freaking handles. Like the Nami. You want me to ruin the Nami for some of you? The Nami doesn't have jimping on the inside of its handles. It's only on the outside. That's useless. It's useless. The Kite AL jimping was pretty alright. True. Because when companies do get it right, then they make some whack change to make it suck again. Yeah, Squid for some reason just doesn't put jimping on the inside of their products. I don't know what the deal is with that. I think they also did it with the Mako V5. Let me just double check that. Also, this new Cerakote, the Nebula Cerakote, is so sick. I am not paying $260 for it, but it is so sick. I'm pretty sure if we go Mako. Yeah, look at jimping on the outside, no jimping on the inside. What? I don't know why they continue to do this. And then if we go over here to the Tsunami trainer, you can see the jimping on the outside here. But if we zoom in... Oh, wait. Hello? Go back. Check this shit. There's nothing there. It's useless. Why would you put jimping on one side but not the other? I genuinely... At that point, you just don't have jimping. Squid tease, they were doing something with the Squid trainer for the 10-year anniversary. That is the second topic that I want to discuss before the stream ends. I'm not going to jump into that just yet, but I will in a little bit. Since the Orion's jimping is mostly from the spacer, it too is only on one side. I am going to put a hole through my wall. What are you talking? Dude, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. Steven, I've never wanted you to be wrong before, but I was really hoping you were wrong just now. I know it's difficult to be wrong. So, you're telling me they made this big innovation to jimping, didn't put anything on the actual flat faces of the Balisong where your actual hand touches. So that means there's nothing on the inside. There's nothing. Because this is on a chamfer. This jimping right here isn't going to affect anything when your fingers are actually grabbing onto the side of the handle. Balisong companies, when jimping, period. I do have the package, Ted. It's sitting on my couch right over there. I have not opened it yet, but I have the box that says from Ted to Ethan. So, sorry I forgot to message you. It came in a little late today, but I do have it. Not late, just late in the afternoon compared to when packages normally come. If you need jimping, you're a weak-fingered sissy liberal. True. Actually, you know what? You're so true. You know, all those complaints that that we get about slippery aluminum. Yeah, let's say that jimping is for wusses. That's actually true. Also just saw Iron Lung. What a film. Don't see if epileptic. Really? I am not on the Markiplier hype train. I didn't even know about this movie until like 2 weeks ago. It seems like a fascinating concept though. Four weeks ago, I hit a wacky ladder combo on a polished raw aluminum Triton Proto with no jimping just to prove a point. Here's my hot take. Polish is grippier than anodized aluminum. I think the polish there is actually doing so much work for that sentence. Kite AL 1.5 mentioned something about dual side reinforced pivot. So if I had to guess, I would say that they have screws on both sides, which I think the original Kite doesn't. Don't quote me on that. That's my guess, though. I don't actually know what that means. Have you ever flipped a polished raw aluminum Bally? Yeah, I own like 3 of them. My Sirius is specifically anodization stripped and polished, and this thing is grippier than any aluminum anodized Balisong that I have. It's even got the jeweling on the side. This is Ty's. This is Ty's old Sirius. That's why I said it was a hot take. I'm not saying I'm correct here. I think I'm in the minority by saying this, but like polished aluminum genuinely feels grippier to me. Bead Blast is worst finish by far though. I'm handshaking you on that one, Vev. What are your thoughts on the Nautilus Live Blade? I think it is not the best, but I also don't like the Nautilus in general. Is it wait, what? In between a possible scam Balisong of $650 from someone with 50 references. Someone you've known for 2+ years possibly scammed you? Or are you saying, are you middlemaning for this? If I owned a bead blasted aluminum Bally, I would hit some crazy ladders on it right now just to prove a point. Get like a Squid Trainer V3. No jimping. Some of the worst bead blasts known to man. Ugh. Whoops. Or like a V4.5 Mako or something. Yeah, Ted, that fucking sucks. Maybe Squid Trainer 2.5, I'm pretty sure it's Cerakoted. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's the epic rare gold Squid Trainer. Oh, it's definitely Cerakoted. They didn't do gold until a while after the 2.5. Drip Zard. I just realized I never went back and... I never went back and actually read what you guys were saying when I went on my jimping rant. Yeah, it does feel like it will have objectively less useful jimping, Brandon. My next problem is the carbon fiber being the point of impact on drops. That's a good point. Carbon fiber does chip fairly easily. Did you harden your browser? What are you talking about? Metapod used harden, but he used it on my browser? They only ended up making... Oh, they did actually make the gold 2.5s. Okay, I didn't know that. Let me word it better. My friend from 2+ years that I've dealt with before stopped replying after Thursday. Gave excuses of not being able to ship during the week. I paid him $6.50 on January 23rd. Ah, that sucks so bad, Ted. I hope there is some like crazy explanation and he gets back to you at some point. Really hoping you didn't end up getting taken for a ride by someone that you knew for so long. I need to probably switch over to my normal headphones. Actually, what I need to do is be right back. So I don't know. I'm not gonna leave you guys with anything. You just get to look at my beautiful background. I'll be right back. Okay. Empty chair and viewership went up. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. I'm at the point where if I don't hear from them by Tuesday, I'm going to post about it. Yeah, I mean, fair. There's really bad weather for half the country. Maybe life issues are coming. That's kind of what I'm thinking. He could be like genuinely iced or snowed in. It's just surprising he hasn't responded to you. Has he seen the messages? I think that kind of changes the context. Like if he's seen it and hasn't responded, that's rough. I have like 6 inches of snow here. I have like 2 feet of snow sitting outside. I brushed off my car 3 times in the past 3 days and there's still snow on top of it right now. Gang. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. See, now the foot of snow with the sheet of ice on top of it, that part is really rough. There's something from Amazon that was supposed to arrive a week ago that they said was delayed in transit. Yeah, that's definitely in a snow ditch somewhere. Too much snow to even go tool around in parking lots. Yeah, genuinely. He hasn't opened since Thursday. At least he's not like actively ignoring you. Like he saw the message and then just didn't respond. But I'm hopeful you're not getting screwed over by someone that you've known for a while. Procrastinated shoveling until way too late. Had to break up the ice on top of the snow to get it off the sidewalk. Yeah, the ice is where it gets rough. You could give us 4 feet of snow, and I don't think anyone around me would care. The snow was so... I waited so long to brush off my car, though. I waited so long to brush off my car that all of the snow on the bottom was, like, packed together. So, even with, like, running my hand with my gloves over my roof, it didn't come off. It was, like, genuinely packed down. Are we ever going to get a full-length Ethan Blade Bias Camaro EE Transformers video? Are you referring to on Blade Bias or on Camaro EE? It's very tough to understand what channel you're asking for from that message. Not only someone I've known, someone I helped out when they got scammed. It was contemplating leaving the community after it happened to them. That sucks, dude. I'm hopeful that you're not actually getting screwed. Have you tried black Balisongs? Yes, I have. They're pretty good. Black Balisong, I tried the Reaper, the Kukri Reaper, and I actually really liked it. I wanted to buy one for the longest time, but I just never did. It was interesting to see college kids acting like kids, and I loved it. I did that with my friends when it snowed really heavily back in my freshman year. That was a fun day. But RZ, I've already uploaded a Blade Bias. I've already uploaded 2 Blade Bias videos about Transformers. It's in the bonus bias playlist if you go to the playlist section. Didn't get to fully play in the snow last time in Houston because I got sick. Also, the last time it snowed in Houston, I think the entire state shut down, so I can't really blame you for that one. Alright. I did promise you guys I would talk about this in a little bit, so I'm going to Squid Industries. In one of their most recent posts, I already mentioned the Cerakote Kraken that they showed off, the Nebula Kraken, as it were, with a pearlescent blue and purple finish, which is pretty cool, but in my opinion, not worth the extra premium that they're asking, because I already own multiple Krakens. They posted this. And this has been kind of eating away at my psyche for a while, because I have genuinely no idea what this means. This is POV. It's been 10 years since the Squid Trainer dropped, and we're about to throw it back to 2016. So, I have many questions. If you take this at face value, it seems like they're making an original Squid Trainer V1, right? But here's... Oh, no, I did pause it at the right point. Here's the problem with that theory. I am personally one of the people that believes that the Squid Trainer flips better the older that it gets. Like, the Squid Trainer V1s are some of the best flipping Squid Trainers out there. As someone who has personally gotten to try Lucas's like first ever prototype Squid Trainer, I think it flips better than the V4 that we have today. That is generally because all of the changes that they've made to the Squid Trainer over all of these past few years has been adding or removing weight in different places. You've got jimping at the end of the handles, which it's very low, but it still removes weight. You've got all of the chamfering, which again, it's very low, but it still removes weight. You've got the bushings, which add weight to the pivots, which is not a place that you generally want to add weight in terms of like balance and all of that. So everything that they've done has been like comfort upgrades, at least to my knowledge. Maybe they made some crazy change behind the scenes that I'm just not aware of or that I'm not thinking of right now. The problem is, if this is truly a Squid Trainer V1, I can see very clearly here that it has chamfered ends, which means it's not really a Squid Trainer V1 because that was one of the clear changes that they made when they moved away from the old generation Squid Trainers, which also means that it's probably not going to flip as good as some of those old Squid Trainers do. All of that to say, I highly doubt that this is actually like a reproduction V1 Squid Trainer. Because a lot of the people in the comments are like, oh my gosh, they're going to make the original Squid Trainer again. And I just don't see that being the case. So my actual guess is some sort of like special edition anniversary anodized Squid Trainer. But we'll see. Kind of defeats the purpose if it actually is a like V1 reproduction and they just end up making all the changes that they did anyway. Maybe I'm crazy. I have no idea. Raw handles, no jimping, no bead blast. That would be cool. Stuff they made in their extra old machine, or on their old machine, had so much extra material at the bottoms. Yeah. Yeah, it changed quite a lot. From flipping to comfort to all of that. So if they're truly making a V1, but they're making it with chamfered edges, it's not really a V1, and it's not going to flip like a V1, which makes me significantly less excited for it. We'll see. I'm genuinely really curious to see what this is, or what this is going to be. The uncertainty kind of kills the hype for me. It doesn't make it more exciting for you. I guess you are, you know, matured. Your brain is actually developed, so maybe you get less excitement from uncertainty. I don't know. I'm not really hype about it either way, even if it is a full V1 reproduction. I don't really care, to be honest. I have a Squid Trainer. I don't feel the need to get another one. I'm just not sure what they could do to pull me into buying one. That's basically exactly where my head's at. I'm not on the it's a V1 train just because of everything I've mentioned so far. So I really do kind of just think it's going to be like some anodization that like is like an anniversary edition, and that's pretty much it. I've not ever flipped a Kraken. I dig my own. Wait, what? The crack? What? Where did the Kraken come from? What's your dream discontinued Grail? Opus V1. I know people are gonna get on my ass, but I genuinely don't care less. I could not care less. I love the Opus V1. How would an Anno be throwing it back to 2016? That's the thing. I have no idea. Because they're clearly not throwing it back to 2016 with the actual production of the Balisong itself. So, I don't know. They maybe do some like special Anno in a color that they've never done before, and then they engrave it with like 10-year anniversary 1 of 200 or something like that. The reverse dual tones, that would be cool. Actually, you're kind of onto something there. The reverse dual tones, bringing that back would be really cool. Actually, you might be onto something there, Vav. I forgot that those Annos existed. So for those of you that don't know, there was a period of time where Squid Trainers came in dual tone, and not the dual tone where you're thinking of, where there's silver in the line here. The whole face was silver, and then you had color inside the line instead. And I always thought those were actually really cool anodizations. So maybe they are doing like a throwback V4 and they're making no actual physical changes to it, but they're bringing back that old anodization. That would be pretty cool. Would they not anno it before sanding it down for that though? I guess you're right. We did see physical evidence of them not doing exactly that in the video that they posted. Let me bring up a picture of the Squid Trainer dual tone. I don't actually know if I'm going to be able to find a picture of this. Oh, I can immediately find a picture of this. So the current dual tone, let me just reorganize my monitors here. The current dual tone looks like that. Yeah, it's not going to work. The current dual tone looks like this. Whatever, you can see it close enough. It looks like this. It's, you got the anodization on the outside, you got the silver on the inside. The old anodization with the dual tone looked a little bit something. I'm seeing if I can find a better example, but I don't think I can. Vav, correct me if I'm wrong here, by the way, because I'm certainly not a squid historian, but the old one was like this, where you had like silver polished faces, and then you had a little bit of anodization here in the recessed area in the handles. And it was super cool. So if they're bringing it back to that, I would consider selling my Squid Trainer for one of those. The problem is my Squid Trainer was so cheap because it was a Blem model that I bought at Blade Show. The only thing I would really ever consider selling my Squid Trainer for is like a genuine V1 or V2, or a recreation of the old Squid Trainer that I used to personally own, which was... I'm on the complete wrong tab here. But the double scissors? What do you mean the double scissors? I'm keeping my Squid Trainer. I would just sell a Squid Trainer to buy a Squid Trainer. Do they lower prices at Blade? No, they had a bin of like specifically scuffed up Balisongs that were blemished that they would sell at a discount. That's something that they only did last year. So I have no idea if that's going to make a return. Most you're going to get is like a discount of maybe $5 to $10 at Blade Show. And that's not all companies. Some makers do table prices, yes. It's just they're usually not worth spending the money to travel to and house yourself at Blade Show just for that. My old Squid Trainer was this. How much was my Squid Trainer? I paid like $100 for it, around there. 110 maybe after tax. I don't remember. I think it was like 100, 110, something around there. This was my old Squid Trainer. This was one that I bought secondhand. It had, I called it the yin and yang Squid Trainer because it had the inked silver handle with the non-inked black handle. So you had the black and silver and then the silver and black. And actually, before I sold this thing, I had it modded by Static Knives, creator of the Icarus, to have bushings. So this was basically a modern Squid Trainer with bushings without the jimping, and as you can see, the very square handles at the bottom here, and the extremely annoying and obnoxiously large Zen nipple at the top. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. I would buy this thing back in a heartbeat. This thing flipped better than the V4. And it had bushing, so there's really not much reason to own a V4 for me, if I had that. But I sold this to buy my original Prisma V1, and I think that was ultimately the right choice. So maybe one day I'll recreate the Yin and Yang Squid Trainer. It was one of the most unique Balisongs I've ever owned. If maybe not the most unique, but it was one of the first like genuinely one-of-one Balisongs I owned, because I bought it secondhand from a guy who had handle swapped it. And there was no, like, if anyone saw that squid trainer, they knew, oh, hey, that was Ethan's squid trainer. But I've got so many other Balisongs at this point that are more unique than that was. Ted, is Ted still in chat? Ted does not have, or I do not have more unique Balisongs than Ted does. Ted is the king of having one-of-one Balisongs. Unless you count, like, Ishelte or something. Damascus crack. The Kraken that went to prison for beating its wife? What are we talking about here? Domestic Kraken. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be making fun of you for that. I'm not making fun of you for that. Yeah, the Damascus Kraken is my most... Actually, is it my most unique Balisong? Technically, the Balisong that is engraved Ethan Blade Bias is probably my most unique Balisong. But other than that, yeah, it's probably the Damascus Kraken. I do also have like the gold and silver Kraken. That thing does not want to stay in my hands today. I don't know what's going on. Brandon's got a unique Balisong. Brandon has a ton of unique Balisongs because he's customized them personally. Yeah, as far as like one-of-one Balisongs, Ted has a bunch of them. Ted Flips has the... That isn't my copyright-free bangers playlist. Oh, you're thinking of the butter knife. Yeah, the butter knife is truly one-of-one. But Ted Flips also has some one-of-one Balisongs. Ted has the only aluminum Damascus Ukri Sirius, I'm pretty sure. There is also a Tonto Sirius out there. Ted has a Machinewise made... Oh, Ted's... You are still in chat. You've got a Machinewise bladed Koenig with a special anno on it. Oh, I guess technically I do have the one-of-one SlifT. I don't know how much this counts because, you know, there's 500 SlifTs out there, but this is an official Machinewise anno that only existed on this one knife and they never did again. So technically this is a one-of-one SlifT. Granted, most people could just copy this, but the thing with the pattern in the handles is you can see it's like gold and there's some blue lines in there. I don't know if the camera is really picking them up very well. Hold on. You see the blue in there? It's like laser engraved, which is not a thing that they ever did again. They literally told me this was like a one-of-one test and they wanted to see how it went, and I just happened to be the one to buy it. Isn't your regular Kraken decently rare? What do you mean? My Damascus Kraken? Yeah, that's a 1 of 40, but there's still 40 of them out there. I'm trying to figure out if I have anything that's, like, rarer than that. The aluminum Damascus felt so good. I loved that Damascus Sirius. It flipped so well. I never touched it. I was scared of dropping it. That's why they had the demo. The demo that Ted owns, it was the one that people dropped. The one that they actually auctioned off they didn't let anyone flip. My regular Kraken V3, my one. I mean, it's rare because it's a color that they never... Gosh, nothing wants to stay with me today. I wouldn't really call this rare. It's just the gold handle is something that they only dropped like twice or something like that. It's unique though. There's no other person that owns a Kraken that looks like this that posts about it at the very least. I think Ted has like the counterpart of blade swaps. Damascus Sirius V1 or Damascus Sirius one-off Machinewise blade, FLS Balisong Koenig, Live Arctic, Celestial Cygnus, and hopefully one of one Polklat Reblade Opus V1. That is a freaking mouthful. Other half of my Kraken. Yeah, you have the counterpart. Although don't you have the didn't you make yours blue and gold? It's like those half-heart necklaces. Implying that only... I don't think that's what you're implying, but that's true. When we put our Krakens next to each other, they like magnetize together to form the power of friendship. Is yours... Ted, is yours gold and silver, or did you still have the blue and silver, or the blue and gold one, right? I need to stick a new blade on my gold Kraken. I wouldn't mind getting a new blade for this one. The trainer blade is fun, but I kind of am at the point where I might want to buy a Tonto Kraken. Gold and teal. Okay, yeah. You need a Tonto? I do need a Tonto. I want a Tonto very badly. You should definitely send me your 7075 cheese if you don't like it. I never said I was buying a 7075 cheese. I just wondered what would happen if I did buy one. Bowie or Tonto? Looks-wise, Bowie. Flipping-wise, Tonto. The Tonto Krakens flip so much better, but I vastly prefer the look of the Bowie, which is why I'm very happy to own the Damascus one. Look at that. Look at that. I love this stupid knife. I think it was in Ghost Flipping stream. Someone was like, Ethan has a Damascus Kraken. He doesn't even flip it. He shouldn't even have it. And I was like, dude, when Squid randomly sells you one because they found it in a drawer on the last day of Blade Show, when they sold out long before you ever got to Blade Show in the first place, you can flip it and beat it all you want. I personally am going to leave this at the very top of my display because this is one of my prized Balisongs. I love this thing. The only thing that I don't love is that instead of the typical shiny Kraken handles, they're actually like a matte texture. I'll try and put the two next to each other. Maybe you can see the difference on camera. It's like this. It's like a matte silver rather than like their typical polishy satin silver. and it is not the most pleasant to flip. But man, I love this thing. In terms of like aesthetics, the muted handles go very well with the blade. But and no, I'm not handle swapping it. People told me to handle swap it all the live long day when I first bought it. It's not happening. It looks too nice. One is a V3 and one is a 2.5. No, the matte Kraken handles are like specifically a different thing that they did for this release. I think they did it on the Tonto Damascus. Do the Tonto Damascus Kraken still exist? Consider this my Damascus blade on spiral handles. See, I don't like that though. I don't like that idea. I think the spiral handles would be like way too busy and would distract from the blade. I really like the subtle silver handles. It just makes the blade pop that much more. Nebula Kraken handles with the Dama though? That would be pretty cool. I did ask Squid because they had a demo of green handles when I bought it. I was like, would you handle swap it for the green one? And they were like, if you buy the green one. I was like, okay, fair enough. And I didn't buy the green one, and I'm so happy that I didn't. You bought a set of Blem handles? Oh, so they actually did sell Blem handles. I went on and the Blem handles were sold out, so I was wondering if they like were going to be restocked eventually or... I would love... I actually probably would handle swap them for the Nebula handles, but I'm not buying them Nebula handles. I like the silver. What are the spiral handles? Here, I got you. They were another Blade Show exclusive variant of the Kraken. There's been a few different, like, special rehandles of the Kraken. Squid Industries Spiral Kraken. They look like this. They made these, I don't remember when they made these at Blade Show, but they made them at Blade Show. Or, not at Blade Show, I'm sorry. They made them for Blade Show. It is escaping me what year specifically they made these for Blade Show. Maybe someone in chat knows, but this is a Spiral Kraken. It's a special version of it with no line down the middle and no hole cutouts. It's just the spiral. I think the Damascus handles on this does look cool, but I think the design is far too busy for me at that point. I like the typical Kraken handles because they're just simple. They don't clash with the blade too much. I really do like how this thing looks. I wouldn't want to handle switch it because it just does look very, very nice. I just don't like the feel of the handles, which is okay because I don't flip it terribly often. Are you in the Buffness announcement channel on his Instagram? No, I hate announcement channels. I'm not in any of them. There's also, if you want to dig into the Kraken lore a little bit, there was also a collaboration that Squid did with a company whose name is escaping me right now. It was like EDC something. Squid Industries EDC... Urban EDC, yes. This is another set of special handles that they made, which in my opinion is actually a far cooler pattern. But this was a collaboration they did with a company called Urban EDC, which has more of a Sagaya or like rainbow or droplet on water pattern kind of. That's pretty cool because you can kind of see their logo peeking out through here. It has like that repeating rainbow pattern. And the spiral, this is something I forgot to mention about the spiral Kraken. Both this and the spiral Kraken, to offset the weight that would be added by keeping all of the handles like filled in, they added a speed channel, which didn't change a ton. It is still a more handle biased experience to my memory than the typical Kraken. But the best flipping Kraken to me is the one that Ty has, that's both speed channeled with the normal hole cutouts. I love that thing. If you put a Tonto blade on that thing, it would actually be perfection. Yes, thank you, Vav. I didn't have chat open, but thanks for the assist there. Speed Bowie for the win. Dude, the speed channel Krakens are so good. You give me a Tonto speed channel Kraken, I might never flip anything else. You have the videos on like a channel. Wait, what are you? Does the spiral Kraken flip good? I don't think so. I think it's a little too much handle bias for me. But it wasn't. It's still a Kraken. It still flips good. See you, Donut. Have a good night. Good luck. I hope your video making went well, and I hope you have a good one. Come on, go back on the stand. Thank you. Sent pic to DMs I'm assuming you sent me something that I already showed. Oh, no, you didn't. This is completely different. What is this? Okay. Can't open image in a new tab, so I'm just gonna have to do this. Hello? You're not gonna let me full screen? Okay, I can't full screen the snipping tool, so here you go. This is something. I mean, it's the buffness. It's obviously the buffness is G10 Kraken handles, but I don't. What is special about this? Even though. Oh, Ted, you're just showing me what he posted. Okay. Oh, the blade. This is his new reblade. That's a Kraken reblade? Interesting. I like the machine lines. I always like when a Balisong has lines on the bevel like that. Don't know how I feel about the rest of it. I do like the fact that the design here on the blade actually like ties into the circle and line that you get in the normal Kraken. I think it would look good if instead of it was just a normal Kraken. I also am not a massive fan of the G10 look for the Kraken. I don't know. I've always said that reblades and rehandles for the Kraken is really weird to me because you're rehandling one of what is considered to be one of the best Balisongs ever made. So it's just a weird, because usually you rehandle or reblade something when you think you can improve it, and I always find that the rehandles generally don't. Blade cutout is backwards. It should be whole line hole. Technically, yes. But I like that it incorporated the actual design there. Ghost flipping in chat. Have you seen Pluribus yet? I have not, Dylan. Hello, hello, Dylan. How you doing? I don't even know what Pluribus is. I'm going to be real with you. Yeah, Ghost, have you gotten a head mount yet for your car channel? I made a video today with a head mount. Well, I guess I need to open my eyes a little bit more, huh? I'm still thinking about that buff mystery blade. I'm interested to see it on normal Kraken handles, I think. Okay, sorry, I'm just cleaning up my tabs from things that I've shown you guys on stream that I don't need anymore because they're confusing me. And my internet's dead. I love that. Yes! Yes! I love my internet. It's done this like once every stream since the Bally Awards. Can you guys even still hear me? I have no idea. I'm dropping 40 frames a second, considering that I'm streaming in 60 frames a second. You're probably not hearing much of what I'm saying. Surprised your stream didn't lag at all during the awards. So am I, Vav. So am I. Probably one of the great miracles of this year's Bally Awards. Just gonna keep happening, huh? We just gotta wait it out. I don't. New Vince Gilligan show. I don't know much about Blades. I'm just stopping by to take a break from my homework crash out. You're in my thoughts, Dylan. Good luck this semester, dude. Drink with every drop. You'd be dead. You'd genuinely be dead in like half an hour. Really enjoyed your learn to walk before running video. It was super informative. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad it spoke to you. Oh, Vav. If I could dap you up, I would. See you, Squashy. Good luck on the job hunt, dude. Keep your head up. Actually, no, you said you had an interview. Good luck with the response to that interview if you've had it already. I'm still waiting. I'm gonna talk like you can kind of hear me. See you, Grim. Have a good night. Oh. We're back up way over what we're supposed to be. We're at 11,000 kilobits per second. That's usually what happens when it comes back to life. And it's back down again. Okay. Later, have a good night. See you, Ghost. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you liked the video. Thanks for letting me know. Jack Pyro in chat. I want to give a, I want to do a life lesson. I want to do a life lesson with Ziploc. But I'm waiting for my, waiting for my stream to come back to life. Sorry, guys. This is just what happens sometimes. This is just what happens with my internet. Although this is kind of a new thing where it just does this for like 2 minutes. I guess I'll fucking... Hey, how you doing, Jack? Are you doing good? Ted says, good news, I just got a refund of $650 and a long apology. Let's go! Yes! Yes! We win. It's green again. Are we back? I think we're back. It's not fully green. Now it's fully green. Are we good, guys? Just quick little thumbs up in chat. I think we should be good now. All right. Life lessons with Ziploc. Tex. Man, listen. I'm just going to be real with you here, man. Did you see how when someone asked you for $40, your reaction was no WTF? You should apply that. You're young. I'm not like scolding you or anything. That is how everyone reacts when you spam them for free stuff. It's just like, that is an example of taking your own personal feelings towards something and then applying that to think, other people might also feel the same. We call that empathy. So no, I'm sorry. As much as I wish that I could, I can't send you anything. We should get Ethan in the VC. I'll get in the VC. What do you want a VC about? If I end stream at a reasonable time, I'll get in the VC. Is this a public VC or is this a private VC? I'm uninvited. Oh, I'm okay. No, I'm uninvited. Cool. Hee. And that, chat, is how you get out of being in a VC. There have been like a big group of people in my Discord constantly for the past few days, and I think it's cool. I also wonder what they're doing in there, because it's probably not things I would approve of. Tex, you good? You good, man? Base slamming your keyboard and then saying bad hacker is not... It's not gonna... It's not gonna do anything. I'm gonna drop into those VCs again one day, but the last one left me confused. You did join at a weird time last time. I don't want to join when Tony's in there. That's crazy. Oh, man. You should play a Gibson. I don't want to play a Gibson. Gibson is Gibson was on his best behavior today. I don't talk a lot when there's a lot of people in there. In the VC, I find it difficult. Dude, I just end up sitting in the VC, making sure no one is just saying awful things that they need to be banned for, and I don't end up talking, and I always feel so awkward about it. So I don't blame you. Ted, I don't know if Ted, if you're still here, I don't know if it fully came through while my stream was lagging, but I'm very happy you got a refund. What timing that is indeed. All right. I don't know, man. It's been 2 hours. I have been 2 hours. I've talked about the 3 main things that I wanted to talk about. I guess, is the 1.5 sold out yet? I would like to know if the Kite AL Kite AL is still in stock. Just the black one though. Oh no, scale color black. Oh, you can get both of them. I guess they dropped, oh, they dropped pink and blue the other day. Yeah. You have to get them in white. Oh, they're all still in stock. Wow, okay. This is... So, apparently, I actually wasn't aware of this. The bottle opener on the original Kite Ale was not functional, and now this one is. Which is cool. Always cool to see another piece of utility added onto a blade like that. What has happened in chat? Ethan, top 5 flippers, I don't... What is that? I don't know what that means, Jack. I'm sorry. How did I miss that? How did you miss what? Top 5 flipper. Jack, how do you come up with these things? Have you ever brand your Balisong to school? I was never into Balisongs when I was in high school, but my advice to you is to not bring it to school, because you will, worst case scenario, you get in a lot of trouble for that. So just maybe don't do it. I have a lump on my chin. I'm not, Jack, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just wondering how the fuck you come up with this stuff. Jack, you know, I'm not going to respond to this question. Yeah, you know me, right? You know who I am. I'm not gonna respond to that. Oh, great. I unplugged my headphones. It's just going better and better for me over here. Man breaks record. Oh, fuck. Have you used Blender before? I have not. Crying laughing. You're something else. You're something else, my friend Pyro. I just don't understand how, like, there's the only way to answer that question is to be weird. I don't think there's, oh, here, you know what? Here's a flipper tie. There you go. You ready? There you go. The one person in this hobby that I am comfortable, that I'm well enough friends with to be comfortable saying that. I bet Ty is great at cuddling. What about Austin, though? Dude, I don't know Austin. Austin and I have talked at Blade Show, but I gotta be like a certain level of friend with someone to openly admit that I find them physically attractive, and I don't know Austin well enough to say that. Also, hi, Shroom. Of course you're... Of course this is when you show up. What's your favorite car? I see the Hot Wheels in the back. My favorite car would be this shelf right here. The group of Datsun 240Zs. I also have like an Omega special one right here. I love this car. Oh, she's looking a little dusty. I need to dust her off, but... Contrary to what my name might tell you, I really don't enjoy Camaros. I do have a Camaro shelf in this second row right here. Camaros have like a historic significance in my life as being one of my favorite cars when I was like 12 years old, but I do not like Camaros anymore. Other favorite cars, I really do like Porsches, and I like this right here, the CRX. The Honda CRX, genuinely one of my favorite cars of all time. Ty could get it, Austin could get it, Seiji could get it, Ethan Blade Bias could get it. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, man. Honda CRX mentioned, I had to lock in. Pyro, are you a big Honda CRX fan? The CRX, I think, easily holds my favorite looking car ever. There's just something about this little goober. I have one down here. There is something about this goober of a hatchback that I just love to absolute death. Obviously, I like good cars, but you were a Miata person. I didn't know if you would be into the CRX style. I thought I just heard Ethan say he's physically attracted to Jack. You did not. You did not hear that. I own a Honda Fit. True. That is true. Usually Miata people, like, when they own a Miata, that's just their favorite car. So I thought that might have been the same for you, but I know you just said in chat that that was before... What'd you say? I bought it before it was the thing. You're not a Miata person. Fair enough. Fair enough. I would like to own a Miata, but... Dude, my dream... Okay. Pause. I have 2 dream cars. One of them is this bad boy. The Toyota AE86. I know, funny weeb car. I have never watched Initial D, and I never plan on it. I just fucking love. I adore boxy hatchbacks. I just love the way they look. They look so good. But they're expensive as hell because freaking weebs watch Initial D and they're like, okay, I'm going to pay $25,000 for a 1980s Toyota. So yeah, the CRX is probably my like realistic dream car because I am never buying one of these shits. Here's my other dream car. It's a Peterbilt fucking something or other. I don't know, man. It's hold on. It's, you know, like it's got like a special feature you can make it do, you know. So if I ever buy one of these trucks, it's got to turn into a little robot. It's probably gonna be pretty freaking expensive though, so I don't think I'm ever gonna own one of those. But how the fuck? Where did that come from? But yeah, it's the Optimum Pride. 4-door R32 or a Toyota JX100. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I know what a JX100 is. I'm not a huge Nissan guy. I like the Datsuns. I like the 240Z. I like the 260Z, the 280Z. I'm not like a big Skyline guy, honestly. God damn it. I dropped one of his little tiny fucking fists, and now it's going to blend in with the carpet for 16 years. There it is. See, when you complain about something, the problem actually solves itself. Tex, are you okay, man? Stop spamming random numbers, please. Let me put my Optimum Pride back in my garage. And I'll put my... Dude. DRX. I love it so much. I should have guessed you and I have a similar... my stream's lagging again. I should have guessed, Pyro, you and I had a similar car taste, though, because you do like the Honda Fit, and the Honda Fit is incredibly based. What did you tell me to look up? The what is that? JZX100. JZX100. I don't really... I'm not a huge fan of cars like that. I don't know why. It's kind of like, it looks kind of like a Skyline. I'm a hatchback guy. I like hatchbacks. I like big, chunky, square, angular hatchbacks. I mean, my personal car is a quote-unquote successor to the CRX. I've got the CRZ. Is this just the look up cars now? Toyota Starlet GT. Toyota Starlet GT 1995. Oh, I like that. That is cool. I like little fuck-ass hatchbacks like that. Almost like a Golf. I do really like, the same vein as the AE86. I like the hatchback Golf GTIs. Probably like a 1985. Yeah, like an 85 hatchback GTI. Nissan Pulsar GTIR. If I can listen to Blade with everyone, you can look at all the cars you want. Hey, I actually enjoy. Oh, I like that way more, Pyro. That's cool. Wait. No, GTIR. This is a GRIE. GTIR. Oh, no, it's the same thing. I like that. That's cool. Like an EK Civic almost. Or an EG Civic. I don't actually super know the difference between the two. Like the hatchback Civic. Want one of the shitty Mazda Speed hatchbacks that don't look like hatchbacks? Someone just recently told me they crashed one of those. Who was that? We were talking about cars, and someone came into the stream and said, I have a hatchback Mazda, and it rolled into a wall. 91 Escort hatchback? I can already tell you I like that. I just don't like that it's a Ford. I don't like American-made cars because they usually just kind of suck. Do they even... Wait. Is it not a Ford Escort? 91 Escort? None of these are like true hatchbacks. I don't like when they have a trunk. Like that little bit that sticks out at the end. I'm not someone who's going to get into the, yeah. Baliong listened to Blade on stream and we all kind of fucking hated it. They did. Someone in his chat said it would be life-saving. Japanese hot hatches from the 90s are awesome. I wish they were affordable. So do I. So do I, man. That's why the CRX remains probably one of the cars that I actually will buy one day. Especially owning a CRZ, it would just be cool to have them and put them next to each other. I love the CRX, and they're not horrendously expensive. I've seen good ones go for like 6-7 grand. Fuck. What does put you on to peak even mean? It means to put you on to something is to like make you aware of something, or to like make you, yeah, to make you aware of something. So when he says, when I want to put you on to peak, he wants to show you something that is amazing. Introduce you. Sorry, they want to show you. I'm sorry, Pyro. I'm fucking awful at that. My roommate and I snagged a Steam Deck with D-brand cover and case and a 1 terabyte SSD for $200 each. Holy shit. Farbos I can, across the country, I can hear Farbos just fucking punch himself in the face when you said that. That's a freaking sweet deal, Ted. I am not a, I kind of hate, I know you said you wish the hot hatches from the 90s were affordable. I kind of hate that I like hot hatches and like hatchbacks in general, because all the American market wants to shove down our throats are like 6 feet tall giant trucks or SUVs that will kill anyone in their path. And it's like, dude, I just want a small little car. If I could drive around a Honda Beat and feel like I wasn't gonna die at every single possible moment, I would have bought one already. I wouldn't have bought the CRZ. I would have bought a Honda Beat. And I probably would have regretted that every single day of my life, but still. a white crossover SUV that's sort of round and also weighs 5,000 pounds. Yes. Yes. More of those. My favorite car is the 2017 Hyundai Tucson. You're so real for that. I feel like it'd be cringe to tell people that I do Roblox animations on Blender. I don't think that's cringe. Roblox is actually a pretty good starting point for people to get into it. It's just a shame that the Roblox platform itself is kind of predatory and also sucks. It has heated seats and a broken reverse camera. Yeah, Vav. Hybrid manual CRZs, they're where it's at. It's basically just a Fit, but a cooler chassis, in my opinion. And I love the Fit. The Fit's great. I'm gonna road trip my CRZ down to Atlanta, and I'm gonna race Pyro in his Fit, in their Fit. Race Pyro in their Fit, and by race I mean struggle to get to 70 miles an hour on the highway. Friend of mine has a 1957 Dodge something or other. It's a drunk. What is this sentence that I'm about to read? It's it's a drunk driving whippopotamus, if I've ever been in one. Oh, it's a whippopotamus. That fucking rocks. Holy shit. That rocks, dude. It has seatbelts so the coroner doesn't have to walk down the street to collect your phones. You know what they say, Mopar or no car, Vav. That's how they used to build them. There's something so endearing to me. I don't know if I have the balls to ever drive one, but there's something so endearing to me about owning a car that is literally just old and a death trap, and that's it. It just spits oil on the street. Oh, man. A 94 Isuzu Rodeo. I've never heard of that in my fucking life. 94 Isuzu Rodeo. Oh, yeah, dude. Big truck. It's like a Chevy Suburban. Big truck. Yeah, I love sitting behind 5,000 tons of pure steel because I was sold on a lie that it would make me safer on the road. Oh, it was designed to spit oil in the street. Is this like shooting flames, but objectively less cool? You fucking floor the gas pedal and the engine just goes... Rolled it. Wrecker was called. They rolled it back over. I put a quart of oil in and I drove home. Oh, man. I love... Big ups to cars that just survive everything. Like that one Toyota they had on Top Gear that they dropped off a building and then still rolled it into the set. We went to a Taco Bell. Dude, the Ford... Oh my god, the Ford Taurus, Ted. I will say what I want about Ford, but the Taurus, man... That's a car right there. Went to a Taco Bell on the way to a party once, got out, and it's got some funny looks, being as we were 6 visibly queer 20-something-year-olds getting out of a 70-year-old car. That's just awesome, though. That just is awesome. Need a Balisong. My budget is $1. Paper and paper clip. Oh, to smoke a cigarette in a Ford Taurus right now. This is an experience that I can also relate to. Yes. Yes, fellow smokers. I love big tobacco. You know what? Has anyone ever thought about the fact the crossover SUV in its current form is just the cigarette of our time? Think about that for a second. Try not to think about how fucking stupid that sentence I just said was. I mean, really, if you think of it, hear me out. Hear me out. They tell you it's safe, but it really just hurts you and everyone around you, right? And once we do research on this, as time goes on, we're going to realize that building giant SUVs that weigh 6,000 pounds that sit 5 feet off the ground probably wasn't such a good idea. Hearing you out, but not listening. Okay. I thought we were on the same side here, Vav. I guess I was wrong about that. Bro is still live. 2.5 hours. Shortest Camaro EE stream, unironically. Those kids just shouldn't have crossed the street. What's your opinion on Polar Flaps? I have no opinion on Polar Flaps. He's just a YouTube short spammer who flips Balisong sometimes. I know nothing about the guy. Oh, he did do that one thing where he tried to sell a $10 Balisong for $35. That was pretty funny. Gotta go. Good night. Good night, hello. Sleep well. You're not exactly wrong. Think about it. I'm a small car truther. Do you think Squid Industries is a bit overrated? I think they're slightly overrated, but ultimately still a good brand. Although I think I would rather say that they're slightly no. They make good stuff. They deserve the credit that they get. Yeah, I'm a small car guy, and that's kind of what I hate. I always used to drive like a typical four-door sedan because I never really liked sitting so high off the ground in an SUV. And everyone in my life is always like, "You're crazy. You willingly don't want to buy an SUV? I love how high up it makes me feel." No, I don't like that. I'm a short guy. I'm 5'4". I want to be close to the ground. It's my natural habitat. And I think I hate that because everywhere you like, there's no small car that you can buy nowadays. Specifically, no, like the Honda Fit. There's no Honda Fit in 2026. There's like the new Honda Prelude, which sucks. Yeah, Miata. The Miata is pretty much it, and the new Miatas are cool. I like the new Miatas, but I don't enjoy spending $30,000 on one. What do you think the best material to make a Balisong is? I'm personal. I don't think there is a best. I think all of them have their ups and downs. I wouldn't even say that like titanium is objectively the best because a lot of titanium Balisongs are weirdly heavy and ass-weighted. But aluminum is also slippery and weird. Plastic breaks too easily. I don't know. They all kind of sit on the same level for me. What is the best gas to breathe? Now this I know a lot about. 95 octane, specifically from New Jersey. The fumes, I mean. Obviously you're not breathing the actual liquid, but like the fumes of the gas has to be 95 octane, and it has to be from New Jersey, or else you're not getting the best experience that you could have. You can't pump it yourself. How are you going to get the fumes? Exactly. Because broken gas tank. So I get to sit in my car while they're pumping it, and all the fumes go into the cabin. Color me shocked, but after 4 years of not working with him, I now have multiple gigs booked with the producer who I used to work for caffeine and octane. That's sick, Brandon. Are you working on caffeine and octane, or are you just working with the guy? And Vav, you didn't even think about this. When you pump your gas, you have to open the door. So like you might be thinking, well, if your thing's broken, it's flooding it with fumes. I thought about this because you have to open your door, and that airs out some of the fumes when you do that to get back in the car. So by going to New Jersey, you very specifically never have to open your door. Highest concentration. What do you think is the best looking car? Honda CRX. I will hear no arguments. Or the Datsun 240Z. They're very close for me. I'm going to try this. Thanks. Happy to help, Vav. I hope you enjoy. I'll be working with him and shooting. There goes the Kraken again. I'll be working with him and shooting for it. It'll be way scaled down from what I did before, but similar concept overall. Brandon, I'm so jealous. You get to go to a car show? You ever been sent anything from BBKS? I don't even know who that is. They agreed to sending out an AS Kraken. Oh, that's why. I don't deal with clone companies. How many Balisongs do I personally own? Go look at the latest, one of the latest uploads on Blade Bias. Look at the collection video. I say the actual count at the end of that video. It was like 61 or something stupid. BBKS is the main clone store. Oh, okay. BBKS, does that stand for something? up, Brandley? Have you seen Adventure Time? I have not. I've seen clips of it. I've never sat down and watched an episode though. What would you say if I told you Caffeine and Octane in June takes place the same Sunday as Blade Show? I'd be really sad because I wouldn't want to go to a car meet instead of Blade Show. Screw you. What the hell? Hey, have you... Have you seen this TV show? No, I haven't. Okay, fuck you. That rocks. That's rad. All Kraken blades except for Tonto hit the inside of the channel. It's inevitable unless you send them for that. Wait, really? Even the trainer blade? My trainer blade's fine, but goated reply, honestly, I respect the fuck out of that. I think that's awesome. What's your reasoning? I have issues with some clone companies, but not all. Because it's as Ted said, it's intellectual property theft, and I talk very openly about my want to support our hobby and the people that are in it, and not making videos on clone companies is me doing my small part. I don't have a problem. If you want to buy a clone, I don't give a shit. I've always said, I don't care how you live your life. I'm not going to tell you how to do that, but I personally don't buy, or I guess I own one clone from back before I started making YouTube videos. I own 2 clones because someone got me a gift. I think that's it. But I don't make videos on them just because I would rather see people support actual companies in our hobby. Also, most of the clones just kind of fucking suck. I'm sorry. I know everyone is like, oh, the clones are so much better than the real thing. I've tried 3 clone Krakens. All of them sucked. Big part, actually, not small part. I mean, it's fairly small in the grand scheme of things. There's a ton. Have you seen Balistan's? Super underrated channel. I actually really like what that guy's doing. I have a few of his products actually back here that I've been meaning to make a video about that you'll probably see a video about in the next little bit here. You'll see that the cheese got updated. We talked about that at the beginning of the stream. Oh yeah. I think it's a small part just because there's still a ton of channels that like glorify clones as like the thing to buy, and there's a ton of people that still say that clones are the best and that you shouldn't buy anything else. Again, I don't care if that's what your opinion is, but just not how I run my channel. Valid, honestly, B+. Did you just rate my answer? Oh no, Bally. I thought you gave my answer a B+. I was gonna say that kind of fucking, that's awesome. I have problems with... Yeah, they also, that's another good point. They fucking poison the secondhand market, but the secondhand market is also kind of bad right now, so. Thanks, Vav. Nami clones are made to literally look identical to the eyes, and the certificate of authenticity thing is insane. Even if I did make videos on clones, I would like to believe that in that world, I would not support a company that knocks off certificates of authenticity. That's freaking insane. There is no good explanation for that. But yeah, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Go buy a clone if you want to. I don't give a shit, but I don't make videos on them. Especially since I have so many close ties to genuine Bally community, or to Bally community makers. The reason Bally Market allows clones because they're sold as clones. If they think they ban them, people will try and sell them as the real thing. I think that's probably true to a degree. I think that's actually probably a good reason. Big take I heard from Satch is that the clones make it easier for the next person to then scam the third guy down the line, and that's not cool. I think my issues with clones definitely stray more towards the, like, they're damaging the economy of Balisongs, which is already a very shaky ground to stand on. But I can definitely, yeah, the ability to scam with a clone is not lost on me. Blue River even does Kraken clones now with fake squid boxes and accessories. That is insane to me. I don't see how someone could defend that specifically. Ever heard of Morph? I've heard of the Turbid. I've never used them though. Is New Era Balisong a clone or clone adjacent company? New Era, to my knowledge, doesn't clone. I think they have all original designs, but I haven't seen their whole catalog. Yeah, there's just, I can understand why people are like, I buy clones because they're cheaper. I buy clones because they're higher quality, whatever. But direct counterfeits, I don't see how anyone can make an argument for that. And I'm not disagreeing with you, Scott. I was just saying, for like my personal biggest take is definitely the infringement upon makers' intellectual property. I can understand why some are made, such as the Rep. I'm assuming you mean the Rep clone, because the Rep is a real Balisong. It's not a clone. But in your, yeah, I know what you're getting at, Scott. The Rep is, they make clone parts. The Rep is probably the one that I'm confused the most by, because it's like, or I shouldn't say that I'm confused the most by. I don't think the Rep is like awful, because most of the time people are buying replicants to then put secondary like makers, like a static knives scale or something like that, or a blade, then on that clone blade. So they're like making it half real. The Rep is the one gray area that I'm not really sure how I feel, but that's also because I think BRS is BRS. Yeah, exactly. The best reps have no rep pieces. So if you have a clone rep that you then replace all the parts of, then it's no longer a clone. So technically the rep clone kind of then incentivizes buying actual makers' products in a weird roundabout way. Maybe that's why I feel weird about it. I don't know. Ethan, what's your favorite video game? Outer Wilds. Favorite game of all time. No, nothing else even close. BRS is just a company of old boomers. And they make old knives that are vastly overpriced and not worth the spec sheet. I also think one of their... I'm not going to say that. That's something I shouldn't say unless I know 100%. But I'm pretty sure they got into some drama a while back. Personally, would love to see BB Barfly expand on making more Balisongs. I think they have a good amount of Balisongs already, but possibly even live blades. What are your thoughts? They're never going to make live blades. They're Canadian based. Did you remove my gambling comment on the latest video? I don't delete comments, so if your comment didn't show up, it probably got YouTube auto-modded. And I will be honest with you, I never go into the YouTube auto mod to manually approve comments. But I will make an exception for you, Ted, because you're the GOAT. Let me check for you. This is on Blade Bias, yeah? As much as it pains me sometimes, I don't delete comments. Where even would that be? Community, published, held, show hidden comments. Oh, here we go. Gosh, there's quite a few questionable comments in here. I don't see a comment from you though, Ted. Ran into the same comment glitch issue. It automatically puts the comment moderation to average. I try to keep it on average because anyone who posts something that YouTube themselves is going to delete probably wasn't worthy of having a comment to begin with. Which is why I don't go in and I don't go in and publicly approve anything that gets caught. Publicly approve? I don't go in and approve anything that gets caught by the filter. Because, yeah, I'm looking at some of the things that got hidden, and yeah, they deserve to be hidden. But Ted, I don't see your comment in here. Oh, we got people. Yeah, that fucking comments are so awesome, dude. Newest. Ted, are you in here? No. What did you even say, Ted? You made a gambling comment. I could see how it maybe got swept up by the mod, the auto mod. Also, why some of your comments were not showing up in our big drama convo for a while. Yeah, if I remember my comment correctly, I don't believe I ever directly accused you of deleting it. I'm a YouTuber. I do understand that this stuff gets taken off into nowhere. Let me just... I'm just pause the music for a second. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Yeah. I don't think you ever accused me. I know I mentioned it in one of my comments that I left on your video. I know I said that the comment, I left another comment, but it's been deleted. And my intention was not to accuse you of deleting it, but simply, like I said, I'm a YouTuber. I know this stuff goes into the fucking void sometimes. Ted, I genuinely don't know. Just like gambling, you got to lose a few hands, but keep going. Eventually, you'll win big. 90% of gambling. Wait. No, I saw that comment. That didn't get deleted. I remember reading that. I remember the Wayne Gretzky quote. Yeah, it's right here. It's not deleted. Maybe it's not. I'm seeing it in the public section of YouTube Studio. Maybe it's not showing up in the actual video itself.
Today we're talking.
Quiet, resolve. I don't know why you come up when I type YouTube. Blade. Yes. Learn to walk before you can run. Learn to walk. Ted flips. Yeah. It's there, Ted. I see it. At least I see it on the actual video itself. I see it in both the top comment section and the newest comment section. So I don't know what's going on with that. But I'm glad it didn't disappear, because, yeah, I would hate for you to think I deleted one of your comments. Ted, my goat. Props to you for still being a vibe with each other even after the drama. I gotta be honest with you, dude. I've seen this sentiment so many times recently. To even call what happened drama is just insane to me. I left a comment on a YouTube video, and we went back and forth for a singular day, and then I promptly moved on with my life, and it has now been like 8 months since then. And to this day, people still bring it up and ask me all this shit about, oh, why do you hate Samuel Blair? What was the drama with Samuel Blair? It's like, dude, no, it was not drama. It really wasn't. Oh, we're quoting Charlie Kirk in my chat. Oh, I don't like that. Okay. Anyway, don't know how long you've had 5K on this channel. Congratulations. Thank you. I think it was recently, because we've been at like 4.9 for the longest time because I don't upload. So what's comic and graphic novel? Which one? I'm assuming you mean this one. This is Void Rivals. This is a it's an original series set in the same universe as the Transformers ones you see around behind me, and I decided to give it a shot, and I actually really like it. This is the first one, so this isn't spoilers. It's about 2 planets that orbit a black hole that have 2 warring species, or maybe it's, I actually don't know. I'm like 10 pages in, so it might be 1 planet, it might be 2 planets, but there's these 2 groups of races on each of these planets, and they violently hate each other. They are number 1 top op enemies. And then they discover 2 of them crash land on the same planet, and they discover that they're like the same race, but they have different like gems in their head. And that's as far as I've gotten, and I think that's a fascinating concept of like these two warring factions that absolutely despise each other but don't know each other well enough to know that they are literally like basically the same species of people. It's interesting. It's hooked me so far. Like I said, I haven't read too much of it yet, but we're getting there. Easy to misconstrue public comments as drama. I don't know, man. I think it's drama when you start talking about it constantly. And I personally have never even brought it up. Maybe on stream once, but in like a video or anything. So the fact that people keep beating the dead horse, I'm like, dude, I've moved on from this. It is just, I don't care. Thoughts on a basilisk? I've never really been a huge fan of the basilisk, just because there's not a ton of tip weight there. But it depends which one you're talking about, because there's 5,000 different versions. Have you seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2012? I have. I don't remember anything about it. What's up, Elijah? What's up, AMA? How you guys doing? AMA, good to see you from Scott's chat. I won't be here long. I just had a great day, but I'm tired. Hey, that is fine. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I appreciate it. Oh, Sam, let me be clear. Let me be very clear. I think it was necessary. And I still do stand by everything that I said. But I don't fucking care anymore. It doesn't matter to me. Like this whole thing. It's fun that we can see where it being construed as drama came from in the first place. I don't totally understand what you mean. Is Pyro still here? Pyro, do you still want me to do a VC tonight? I doubt he is. I doubt they are. Oh, chat, why am I fucking awful? Why am I awful? Have you played Sonic games? Yeah, yes, kind of. I played one. I played Sonic. I played the Sonic Gems collection. So like Sonic R, the Sonic fighting game, and there was one other thing on there. I can't remember. I played Sonic CD, and I think I've played Sonic Colors. Yeah. Was it? It wasn't. Was it Sonic Colors? What rank are you on Splatoon? That's a fucking bro just threw the most. What? Screw you. Screw you, because you could have played Unleashed, Mania, Frontiers, Generations, and others. That rocks. If you haven't seen this piece of media, I have a personal issue with you. No, I think I listen, man. I think I think I know that, and I don't need you to tell me because YouTube does have a terms of service, so don't tell me that you're breaking it, but I think you're young. And I think you probably shouldn't casually say stuff like that because eventually one day it is going to get you in a little bit of trouble. I'm the one who gets. I have empathy for you, man. I really do. I don't even know how to respond to this, man. How do you even? You being bullied, while unfortunate, should not be a ticket for you to immediately start being mean to others. And again, I don't you can tell me to that you can say screw me all you want. I don't care. I'm just saying in your life in the future there will come a time where you maybe meet someone who takes that far more personally than they ever should. So just know when and where to say stuff like that. But I will give you a piece of practical advice. I turned off. Wait, why is my desktop audio off again? Sorry, guys. Gosh, how did the stream turn into this? If you bullies are people who punch down on us because they have some what's the word I'm looking for here? They have some deficiency that they see in themselves that they believe to be detrimental to their self-image. And so they punch down on other people in order to make themselves feel better about themselves. And by turning hate received into hate sent out into the world, you stoop down to their level and do the same thing that you do. What's your opinion on people? What? People domesticating and keeping wild animals as pets. Well, her said it perfectly. They hate on you because they found happiness because you found happiness easier than they could. Exactly. I'm trying to think through my words very carefully here because I know this is something that you are actually struggling with. I know it's very, very overdone and it sounds very cliche, but bullies really do, especially in middle school or high school, they really do just want a reaction out of you. I have found that if you just ignore people like that, and I know it's very difficult, and I know it's not always the answer depending on what the situation is, but I found throughout the time that I was going to school, ignoring people was the strongest weapon that I had in my toolkit. But they won't let me because they know that eventually they'll get you to break. And eventually they'll get a reaction. You truly just let it roll off. And again, this advice genuinely kind of sucks. Because telling you to do nothing when people are bullying you, and that is just generally not a great solution, but it really does help. I can count multiple explicit times in my life where someone was trying to get a rise out of me and I didn't react and they just gave up and they were never a problem again. I do feel for you. I am sorry that that is happening. And I wish I could provide you anything else. I broke down with my... yeah, that. That is very tough. No, that is very, very tough. I don't think anyone should have to experience that, much less before they get to college. That's crazy. They're making fun of you for showing vulnerability and showing emotion. That is far more a reflection on how shit of a person they are than how embarrassing, quote unquote, it is for you to be showing those emotions. I feel very comfortable saying this on stream because it's nice to feel comfortable. That sentence, I have to be honest with you, that sentence makes me feel so conflicted because on one hand, I am happy that you're comfortable here. On the other hand, this is a group of total strangers. I don't know how to handle those. You should not feel super comfortable on the internet, especially as a younger kid, but I'm happy that you do. It's a very hard truth. It's especially a hard truth to say to someone who's actively struggling, but I do think it needs to be said. Please, this is incredibly important, Matthew. Never lose sight of the fact that the internet is forever, and anything that you say and share will always exist. So just be careful with that. And everyone on the internet is not your friend, contrary to popular belief. I am happy you feel comfortable here. I just want to make sure that that is also brought up. Especially since you're so young, dude. It's tough. I think the internet is not it's just not a great place for people who are in middle school or even high school. Always, yeah, I think the dad in Scott is coming out here. I am trying to help. I do genuinely feel for you, but I am a random person on the internet who you know nothing about other than the fact that I also flip Balisongs. When you get older, sure. I totally get it, but... How did this become a video talking about LDY to therapy? That's how all of my streams have been. Ted probably remembers the old days of my stream when we would start talking about some crazy Balisong drama that happened, and then we would end by people asking me relationship advice for their girlfriend who dumped them. Well put, Ted. Thank you, chat. You guys put it far better than I could. Be secretive about yourself on the internet. Your privacy is very important, especially when you're young. Okay. Let me pull up. Did Crescent ever come back in stock? Kind of happen. Those kind of conversations were happening pre-Blade Bias too. Yeah, this is like OG days. This is before Blade Bias existed. This is before I had 20,000 subs. This was probably when Camaro EE was sub 1,000 viewers or sub 1,000 subscribers. Because I started streaming the month after I started streaming the month after I made my first video. And I would say people started taking notice of those streams maybe like 2 or 3 months after that. Better do another 9-hour balloon stream. You know, the fact that I was just unemployed for 6 months probably would have been a good time to do that. Tonight is the last time I will be able to do that for a long time. I think it's just a phenomenon that you see someone online who, like, with a face cam who likes the same stuff as you, and you just get in this mindset of like, oh, this person is my friend. Unfortunately, I am not. I don't know you. I can't know you. I can't know everyone that watches me. It's physically impossible. I'm not even going to say I wish I could, because I think there's a lot of people that watch me that I don't or wouldn't want to talk to or be friends with. And I think that's something, I don't know. I genuinely, it's tough to remember when I've streamed for hundreds of hours of my life, what I've said and what I haven't. But I think I used to hammer that home pretty hard in my old streams, and I probably should get back to doing that. It would probably be beneficial. Preston is so good, but I'm afraid to flip it since there's been a lot of QC issues. Yeah, I learned about a ton of the QC issues earlier on stream. Do you prefer Blade Bias Balisongs, or did you name your channel that because it's Bally related? So I prefer more neutral Balisongs, but definitely not Blade Bias Balisongs. I can enjoy a good Blade Bias, but Blade Bias itself, which was a name suggested by a viewer by the name of, I believe it was Miles Kaufman. It's a, I like to say it's a double entendre, because the whole channel was me and Ty giving our opinions on knives, giving our biases about blades. So blade bias not only being the type of balance that is known in Balisongs, but also being a meaning for us giving our opinions on knives is kind of why we chose that as the name that we did. And it's annoying too, because when Ty and I were thinking up names for our channel, we did come up with handle bias, and we thought, well, that's stupid. That doesn't really like mean anything. And for some reason, our brains just never thought to go to the other side of the Balisong. So when Miles suggested it in the comments of, I don't even remember what it was, man. It might have been like a stream or something. When he suggested that, we were like, oh, wow. Yeah, that's the one. I'm surprised we didn't think of that. Ethan, when's your next stream? I have no idea. I'm trying to stream more this year. But since I'm going back to work, it probably won't be terribly often. I could aim for maybe like once a week, so maybe next weekend. But again, I wouldn't hold your breath. My goal for this year is at least one stream a month. on both channels. So 2 streams a month. 1 Blade Bias stream, 1 Camaro EE stream. I think you're more handle biased because every slight to neutral Bally I send you, you always say I'd add more handle weight. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm trying to think, because like I always say, blade bias is generally not a very amazing or usable flipping experience. I just like when things fan well. Who's going to be the next one to name their channel after a Balisong part? Well, I think people already have. I think there is on YouTube. I think there's a handle bias channel. I think there's a clone bias channel. I think someone named themselves like... Oh, shoot. Someone might have named... I don't even remember. I can tell you that blade bias was almost cutting edge or bleeding edge. Those were our front runner names Ty and I came up with. My flipping style was based off of yours, then I didn't like it. Then I came back to your flipping style and now I love it. I hate my flipping style, dude. I go back and I watch some of the old clips I made and it's just bad, dude. My flipping is fast and jerky and sloppy, and I don't like it. And I'm trying to change that. My favorite Bally channel, Pivot Screw. There is someone who's named Pivot Screw in the community. Pivot Screws, I think. I think they're on Instagram. There's a channel called Loose Zen Pin. Really? What's up, Saruman? How you doing? Saruman. Doesn't change my opinion on your flipping style. I'm glad you enjoy it. Sex pivot. What? That means something, I think. I don't remember what. Let me shoot. I'm probably gonna start wrapping it up here soon. I've been going for 3.5 hours, which is still a pretty average stream, but I'm gonna message a few people, see if anything's even going on. The tiny bottom pivots on the reps. You're right. Any plans for Blade Texas? Unfortunately not, Saruman. Like I said earlier on stream, if I ever go to a Blade show that isn't Blade East, it would sooner be Blade West than Blade Texas. You think you'd have a similar whiplash experience on the Jigsaw, or do you think it was mostly being newer into the game? No, the Jigsaw would not screw with me as much nowadays, because I credit the Jigsaw still to this day for teaching me about weight distribution in its entirety. Like, because you sent me the Jigsaw, I then went down a rabbit hole and learned about weight hotspots and weight distribution and all of this stuff that I was never aware of before. I like to call them turning points, where when you're learning something for the first time, you have your set of knowledge, and then you learn something new. And that new piece of information that you just learned recontextualizes everything else that you've ever learned or tried. And the Jigsaw was one of those turning points for me, because it caused me to go back to my older Balisongs and start to feel different weight distributions and weight hotspots that they had that I didn't feel on the Jigsaw, because the Jigsaw was like the first time I had ever felt like a completely weight hotspot-less flipping experience. So nowadays, I don't think the Jigsaw would throw me off, because I have the understanding that I do of weight hotspots and weight distributions, but it threw me for a loop because it genuinely recontextualized pretty much everything that I knew about flipping up until that point. I got another one. Nice. Did it throw you for a loop again? False Live Impulse just came in the mail. I hope you enjoy. The blade on the False Live looks cool. Does your parents support your Balisong stuff when you first got one? My parents didn't give a shit because I was a college-aged person with my own money, so they didn't support it, but they also didn't care. They saw it the same way as like a kid buying when I buy a new Transformer, they're like, "Oh, that's cool. You got something new. That's great." I think my parents generally started caring about what I was doing when I started making money off of it. I think that was the turning point where they were like, "Oh, he's not just doing some useless thing down in his room." I believe the balance is different though, because it's the Zen model versus Tang. It could make sense. I mean, a Tang pin is a pretty decent piece of steel. Right on the pivots, so. Is it better or worse, do you think? False Live Blade Chaplain's better than the Trainer? I would hope so. I would assume that the Impulse False Live Blade would be better. Although I generally find False Live Blades and Live Blades to have a better weight distribution than their Trainer counterparts. Hence why I like the Corvus better than the Corvus Trainer, the Orion better than the Orion Trainer, the Canyon better than the Canyon Trainer. Actually, the Canyon is probably the one thing that I prefer the Trainer of. The Vault should get a Vault V2. I agree. I think they should update the Vault. What's up, Grim? We're winding it down here. I'm probably going to end it in the next 5-ish minutes. Or so. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hop on Risk of Rain. Wanted something in the background. Good luck on your run, dude. Dude, that Kraken just doesn't want to stay in my hands. I love Risk of Rain. It's awesome. They need to update the vault a year or more ago. Yeah, I agree. Are you playing Risk of Rain 1 or Risk of Rain 2, Grim? Also, Grim, I don't mean to call you out or anything right now. So if you don't want to answer this, please don't. You go by she, her, correct? Okay, cool. I say dude in a more gender neutral context, so I just wanted to clarify that. Seeing the mistype of Addison just gave me Vietnam flashbacks to Addison True. I know, dude, I know you guys hate Addison. I miss the guy. It was nice to have, like, dude, it was so nice to have someone else besides Will Hirsch putting actual effort into reviews. It was a different perspective. The cinematography was freaking unbelievable. It's genuinely a shame that newer flippers can't go back and watch like that Mako review. And I know what you're going to say because every high tier flipper says it. I don't care he had bad opinions. I just miss the man. Oh, you miss him too? Oh, I thought you were saying Vietnam War flashbacks because you hate him. Okay, my fault. I misread that. Who hates Addison? I've talked to a bunch of people that are like, Addison, he's sucked. That guy sucked. I miss having other people in the hobby. What does this emoji mean? Wow, that makes me feel old, even though I shouldn't. It's a Star Trek thing. It means live long and prosper. Who was the old popular flipping dude that almost took his finger off on the rep while doing a scissor? The only person I can think of is Den Den, but I know that is not. That is not who it was. Okay, Odo. I misread you and I apologize for that. But because I know there's people who are like, yeah, Addison had awful bally takes, which, like, okay, fair. I don't remember his bally take, so I can't comment. But the cinematography and the actual effort that was put in, it was so nice to have. Oh, 2018, I have no idea, Ted. I wasn't there back then. Was this the one they were talking about in chat the other night where they took all their videos down and I can't find it? Addison did remove all of his videos, unfortunately. He's one of the people who... I think it was you I was talking to, Scott, where I said that I've seen a few cases of people as they get more into the hobby, they then realize how toxic it is and how little they want to be a part of it. That's basically exactly what happened to Addison. Addison got to a point where he was like, yeah, the Balisong community is no longer something that I wish to be a part of. And then took down all of his stuff. Odo, didn't you also private some of your older stuff? I think I remember you mentioned in Scott's chat at one point that we collabed and that you took it down. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, nice. I just looked up hashtag Otokonoko on YouTube. That's not going to fuck up my algorithm at all. Oh, you've got no videos on your channel. That's rough. You made a Minecraft video a year ago? I might need to watch that. I'm putting that on my watch later list. I did take down the old Squid Trainer vid. That's fair. I mean, I remember what I recorded. I think I still have all of the... What am I flipping? Orion S. I think I still have all the clips for it. We could actually probably watch it. Hard drive. Video storage. YouTube archive. Oh, maybe I don't. Oh, I do. It's in here. Squid Trainer. Here we go. Here's all my footage that I took for that review. Here's me fucking stanced up in a dead forest. Unable to flip. Pissing myself that someone was going to walk by and wonder what the hell I was doing. Because I hate flipping in public. And with really long... Wow, I was running that catch. Wow, this had to be... Oh, I mean, 2022. I was flipping for 8 months at this point. I was trying to run that fucking catch. Really? And I hit it? Oh, wow. Okay, wait. I'm actually kind of goated. I hate my old videos, dude. Ty and I, when he was over yesterday, went back and watched some of the first videos we ever made together. Dude, how did Should You Buy a Balisong put me on the map? It is an objectively bad video. What's up, Quizar? I keep getting that in my recs. You're getting recommended Should You Buy a Balisong? Oh, man. I hate Should You Buy... I was proud of it when I made it. Don't get me wrong. Ty and I were super proud of that video when we first made it. But holy shit, is it a bad video. Just an objectively bad video. Hey, look. Lost media. Me recording... It does that sometimes. Lost media. Me recording the Vortex review in the back of my car. The review that got taken down because minors aren't allowed to flip Balisongs on YouTube, even though the fact that I was 20 years old when I recorded this. That was cool. When I fucking did B-roll in the tank top when I was down in Florida with Ty. You look too young, man. See, I would believe you, but then YouTube would have taken down my whole channel, and they didn't. It was just 2 videos. It was the Squid Trainer review, and it was the Vortex review. I looked way younger in all of my other videos, or I looked just as young in all of my other videos. Like, look at me in the Squiddy review. This video is still up on my channel.
Plastic. It's cheap.
I look like a fucking 12-year-old. I mean, I always look like a 12-year-old, but you know what I mean. I was proud at the time, but it's so bad now. Dude, I can't even. I can't watch Should You Buy a Balisong. I'm just flabbergasted that it's what put me on the map. Like, that's the video that Will shared that got me any subscribers in the first place. It's the reason that I have any voice in the Balisong community at all to this day. And it's just such a bad video. It is not only very blatantly a Will Hirsch knockoff video, but it's just a bad Will Hirsch knockoff video. Also, shout out to the time I called the glider Arctic neutral. I still cringe about that in my dreams. But I've got all my old videos here. I've got lost media like the Squid Trainer review and the Vortex review that got taken down. I've got lost media like So You Bought a Balisong, because there was, little known fact, there was actually a follow-up video to Should You Buy a Balisong titled So You Bought a Balisong, where I go into the next steps to getting into the hobby. And then everything else is still up on my channel. But even the time that I reviewed a screwdriver, like it was a Balisong for April Fools. And I unironically walked around taking B-roll of me flipping a screwdriver. That was a rough filming process. I mean, that's still up on my channel. You can still go watch that. I didn't know that Will shouted you out. That's cool. That's the main reason. So Will, my first Balisong video was Should You Buy a Balisong? It was where I took a speech. I haven't told this story in a while, so I guess it's worth telling again. I had a public speaking class in college, and I had a speech prepared about Balisongs. And then the professor changed the assignment, so I wasn't able to actually use that speech. So I repurposed it and I turned it into a long form video gushing about my newfound respect and my love for Balisongs, of which at the time I owned two. I owned my Squiddy B and my glider Arctic. So I uploaded this video because at the time my YouTube channel was literally just me uploading whatever the fuck I wanted, like once a year. I would make like some random video about like some random video game or something like that once a year. And this was my once a year video. Maybe like a week after it was posted, Will left a comment and posted it on his community tab, which you could maybe even go back and find to this day on his YouTube channel. Which got me like, dude, that shot that video up from like 40 views, of which I was happy. I was still happy with like the 40 or 50 views it had gotten. Shot it up to like 300 or 400, which caused me to plan my next few videos, which caused Will to... Wow, Will's actually shared a lot of my shit in his community tab. Squiddy A video, Zippy Diode video, Kraken video, Amazon, the Vulp. We go all the way back. There it is. Check out this fantastic video about Balisong basics. You love to see it. Got me like 400 views. Got me people who were actually interested in seeing what I would put out next. And I wasn't even planning on making anything next. I was planning on reviewing the glider Arctic and uploading that and then being done with it and moving on to my next thing. So Will is mainly the reason that I'm here. You need to make a main channel video again at some point for real. That's the hope. I'm not going to tell you guys anything because every time I tell you guys plans for my main channel, nothing ever happens. I hope to make more long form stuff. But I have always told myself I would at least upload. I would stick to that and at least upload once a year. And I've stuck to that. I've uploaded once a year. It's a it's just like in my bones at this point to get the urge to make a YouTube video about some random shit once a year. And not like a Blade Bias video, but like an actually scripted, edited video. Last year, it was the eclipse that happened. The few years before that, it was Balisongs. I did a video on a Star Wars game. I did a video on a VR sports game that was shutting down. And then way before that, I've almost been on YouTube for 10 years now. Oh man, I used to do like fucking like shit Let's Play videos and stuff like that. Like I'd play PUBG and I'd upload that, or I'd play Subnautica or Minecraft. I think my most successful thing that I ever did was playing Sky Wars, but I had a full stone texture Minecraft skin on. And it got like 50 views, and that was peak for me at the time. Yeah, I won't be making a video on Roblox, Matthew. No offense to Roblox, but I'm not passionate enough about it. Play VR Subnautica? I can't do that because there's no controller support. It's just sitting at your desk playing on your keyboard, and I hate that. I wish Addison would have done what Ty did and keep stuff on like an archive channel. Yeah, me too. Me too. Addison had some... I wish Addison was still, like, not still around. I just wish people could go back and see. Because this might be a controversial take. We were in a golden age of, like, high-quality Balisong content. Because there was Will, there was Brandon, there was Addison True... There was, like, PewDiePie made a Balisong video at one point. You guys know that? Squid Industries made a collaboration Balisong with PewDiePie. And 1,000 of them exist out there somewhere. Yeah, it was just a gold... No, Brandon doesn't have one. Brandon has the... Wait, does Brandon have one? Holy shit, Brandon does have one. You're right. I forgot about that. That was probably really loud. I'm sorry. Yeah, PewDiePie also has his own one-of-one Squiddy. And do you know the funny thing? PewDiePie never talked about it publicly, like, once. The Squiddy PDP. You're gonna make people pass out. I should stop flipping him at my desk. Never enjoyed PewDiePie's videos. I have never watched PewDiePie in my life. I have to be honest. He was never someone that I was interested in watching or that I did watch. But the fact that he made a Balisong, a collaboration Balisong with Squid Industries, and it didn't blow up the hobby, and also the Balisong itself faded into obscurity and no one has one anymore, is just one of the most fascinating topics for me ever. Because you have to remember, this is back when he was big dog on YouTube. He was like the #1 YouTuber. And he made a collaboration Balisong with Squid Industries. Never promoted it. Like Ted said, it took like months to sell out. No one owns one anymore in the community. And no one ever talked about it again. Even Squid themselves, I like barely bring it up or do anything with it. So it's just one of the most fascinating pieces of Balisong lore, I think. Because people always will be like, "Oh, I know how to make the Balisong hobby like super mainstream and awesome. We need to collaborate with big YouTubers." And I'm like, "We did. We tried that. It didn't work." For anyone curious, here is the Squiddy PDP. It was a coded red handle with the like PewDiePie gamer chair kind of Damascus-esque pattern on the blade, and then a white O-ring. And they made 1,000 of them. And everyone forgets that this thing existed. Even though it was a it was literally supposed to be like merch for the most popular YouTuber in the world. You like the Cygnus V2? I have not seen it or tried it. The cheese in the back has not been touched. The cheese in the back is very much decoration at this point. Yeah. Oh, Sutton, yeah. You're going to feel that a lot. Those false slide blade tips will poke you bad. I'll send you mine if you want. As much as I appreciate it, Pengo, I don't allow people to send me their personal Balisongs. Just, I don't want it to get lost in the mail. I don't want it to get damaged in any way. It's just, I appreciate it fully. I just don't want anything to happen to it. Oh my God, Ted, you're right. It was $100. Oh my gosh, that's, dude, even I forgot about this lore. It was $100. That's why it took so long. Why it took so long to sell out. Because they were fucking charging $100 for a coated Squiddy that was less durable than a normal Squiddy because the coating would just chip off if you dropped it. Like, it was still a black, normal acetal Squiddy B underneath. They just coated it with red. Oh, it's such a fascinating piece of Balisong lore. I wouldn't have promoted that either. How do you justify that? Squid never told us because Squid also similarly never promoted it. But I'm gonna take a guess by saying that PewDiePie's team probably had something to do with it. Because as much as I do think that Squid charges a little too much for some of their stuff sometimes, I think most of their prices are reasonable. And never before or since have they charged $100 for a Squiddy. Even the Squiddy WH, which was like a complete redesign of the Squiddy from the ground up, was what, $70? $75 maybe? So the fact that they charged that for a coated Squiddy that shared no significant changes in machining or anything, the only factor there is the PewDiePie team. Like, that's the only random variable in that price. I was able to track down the Zippy zipper. Dude, I totally forgot to send you a screenshot, but Zippy Balisong glow in the dark zipper V2. The zipper was amazing because Zippy was one of the first plastic Balisong makers to use like 3D printed materials that didn't shatter. So he would post videos of like himself literally slamming his Balisong into the concrete, and it would like not shatter. It would just be like dented a little bit. You can watch my cycloid video for a little more information on what plastic Balisongs used to be like, because I make predictions of what this is going to do to the hobby. Fast forward to today, we have a ton of widely accepted plastic Balisongs, but specifically the one that I was talking about with you in your chat was Zippy released, and I wish I had the opportunity to buy one of these, and I kick myself for not buying it every single day. Not really, but I should have bought it. He made these. These were glow-in-the-dark variants of both the cycloid and the zipper. But because glow-in-the-dark is typically more fragile than any other material that you can use, like any other plastic that you can use, these things broke really, really easily. So he did one drop of them, realized that they broke really easily, and then never made them again. But they were, oh man, they were so cool. sent you the announcement post. Sent me the announcement. Oh yeah, this was I actually remember this post, dude. Let me hear y'all justify this one. Fucking pathetic. I think this was people. Wow, this is so classy, Balisong community. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god, wait. Lucas replied to this thread? Holy shit. I think everyone here has fair opinions. I appreciate you all giving your thoughts on this. I knew from the start that taking on this collaboration was going to be controversial. I took this opportunity because I felt it was a great marketing opportunity for the company. Poor Lucas, man. And it would give the flipping community some more exposure. Oh, poor Lucas, man. At the very least, this didn't, like, really ruin Squid's reputation. Obviously, there were people like this who were like, what the fuck are you doing charging $100 for this shit? But largely people forgot about it and moved on. I didn't know they publicly addressed this at all, dude. I hope everyone can understand that it needs to make financial sense for both companies to partake in a collaboration. Manufacturing the handles in red seems trivial. Yeah. The coding process was tricky and resulted in many rejects. We had to fail over 400 units during the build process, and there are many other factors that contributed to the pricing, but I did try to get this as low as I could. You know what I hear when and this is completely speculation. I know nothing more about this than you guys do. When I read this sentence, I hear the PewDiePie team required that we have a certain profit margin, and I tried to fight them against them to get it lower, but they wouldn't do it. It's meant to be an opportunity for collectors to have something limited. It's not my intention to set a precedent that will be price gouging. So he even thinks it's price gouging on every single product we release. When industry is still heavily devoted to our mission of providing fairly priced trainers and knives at budget levels, I'm open to hearing feedback, criticism. Feel free to message me directly. This might be the most publicly Squid has ever addressed controversy that they've been a part of. And I wish I could see who this account was, because apparently they didn't. They wanted to do an interview. Yeah, it was a pretty big deal when it came out, and it just faded. It just faded, dude, into obscurity. That would be cool, Scott, but you might deal with some breakages if you ever drop that knife. Fun fact about strength testing on the zipper. That came from me breaking multiple blades in negative 30-degree weather. Ted, I feel like I remember you saying that. Didn't you get one out of the mailbox at one point and it was like frozen and it broke? He made his product ground up so it could survive my home temperatures. Zippy's the goat, dude. Zippy's the goat. The stream has also been going since yesterday for me. Ethan said 5 minutes and Grim showed up. Honestly, no. I said 5 minutes and then got invested in telling the youngins about the stories of old. The freaking Squiddy PDP that even I forgot about. I genuinely love filling in new flippers on like random shit that's happened in the community like that. Like giving you guys the lore dump. I love stuff like that. if it was more relevant, I would make like YouTube videos talking about it, but especially with like the PDP thing, all making a YouTube video about that is going to do is just stir up more drama. So, but this is a live stream. 20 people will see this, and then maybe 100 afterwards. Gotta put you kids on Bally lore. No, but now that it is 50 seconds from being 4 hours in this stream. Essentially, the walks at work, cold temp outside, caused the plastic to crack. He decided to fix that. He put the blade in a freezer overnight. That rocks. We love Zippy. We are 30 seconds away from this stream hitting the 4-hour mark, which still doesn't put it as one of my longest streams ever, as Ted mentioned earlier, but good enough. So I think we're gonna run it down there so that I can go eat some food. Wait, please tell me tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. Okay, good. Tomorrow's Sunday. Tomorrow is not an even day. Happy February, everyone. I don't have to upload on Blade Bias tomorrow. We should watch you eat food. No offense. I would rather gouge my own eyes out with a blunt spoon. Than eat on stream. Although I did do that once. They don't exist anymore. I used to do... Here's some Khmer E lore for you. I used to do what I called secret streams. They were streams that I didn't announce in the Discord. They were usually late at night, and they were streams made with the sole intention of deleting the VOD afterwards. So we listened to like music. There was a period of time where I did like music. I did viewer submitted playlist ratings where people would send in their playlists, and I would rate them. There was one stream where I stayed up literally all night packing up my dorm room while I was on stream, and people would come in and out of chat and we would have conversations. And one of those times I did do like reaction streams where I would get a bowl of cereal and I would watch videos online. I hate doing that. It sucks. So I'm never doing that again. I shouldn't say never, but certainly not right now. What are you going to even eat, man? I'm going to eat a microwave burrito, and then I'm going to have a bowl of ice cream. Enjoy the time with the items in the package. Thank you, Ted. I meant to, like, tease that at some point when there was a bunch of people in the stream, but videos on that will probably begin coming out next week. I think I have one more video I want to make before I start releasing stuff on that, but I'm going to eat ramen. Oh, I would love ramen right now, but I really do not feel like getting the stove involved. Have you eaten pho? I think that's how you pronounce it. You pronounce it pho? I have. It's pretty good. It was a raw, it was like a prime rib pho. Just microwave it? I miss my 22-year-old metabolism. I gotta enjoy being able to do that while I can. Also, I just stay up late. I've been unemployed for a long time. I'm used to staying up until genuinely like 3 a.m. So this is like right now when I end stream, it's like me getting off of work, and then I'm gonna have a few hours to do whatever I want, and then it's bedtime. Put hot water in the bowl, microwave that, and put the noodles in. Eh. Meh. I'm looking at 3 a.m. likely. I apologize if I contribute to that, Scott. Blah, 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 blah. Not excited, dude. My sleep schedule was so bad when I was on my internship. I'd go to work with like fucking 4 hours of sleep under my belt. I'm not excited to get back to that. Shin, yeah, I need food too, Scott. I'm right there with you. Shin Ramyun? I don't know what that is. I would go out and get something. Where the hell are you going to go out and get something at one? Sometimes it gets stuck. Are you going to stream tomorrow? No. Taco Bell. Oh, Taco Bell would still be open. You're kind of running low on that though. I'm going to be starting at a tattoo and piercing shop soon as like their social media person. You know, Odo, I'm never going to remember that you told me this if this ever happens, but I hope. Do you guys ever on Instagram, you're scrolling reels and you get like those weird reels about someone they're like, I'm interning as social media guy for this company. My boss needs this to blow up, and it's like a video of fucking the cat that I can't remember the name of right now. Why can't I remember the name of that stupid cat? Right on the tip of my tongue. Fuck. All of that to say, I hope I see that randomly pop up on my feed one day. And I'm not going to remember that it's you, but in spirit. In spirit, I'll be there. Why? Dude, the name of the cat is driving me fucking crazy. It's like Matthew or something. Cat. Is it a cat meme? I don't know. Dancing cat meme? Dancing cat meme? No, not that dancing cat. The fucking like the do 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 do. What is that stupid Maxwell? Oh my god! Thank you, chat. I kept thinking Matthew. My brain. Been fucking with the marketing that Brita did recently. Raken Krake. How do you guys pronounce Raken? Do you pronounce it Raken or the way that it's supposed to be spelled or pronounced, which is Krake Raken? Every time I see an interview with Lucas and he says Krake Raken, it's like it's a flashbang. auditory flashbang, which I guess a flashbang is auditory as well. Ending at 4 hours didn't happen. I never said I was going to end at 4 hours. I just said I was going to end soon, which I still am. Okay, yeah, I shouldn't have asked how you pronounce something when all you can do is type. That is that's just my fault. Literally just my fault. I never say anything but Kraken. Same. You're talking out loud? Ooh. You're talking out loud to me in your room? I do that. You ever watch a stream and you start talking like you're talking to the streamer? I've done that. Check this shit out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Scott. Does anyone know why it's not just called Kraken? I think it's because of Razer, isn't it? Remember Squid Industries had a vape company? No, they didn't. It's just a different company with the same name. I think they can't call it Kraken because Razer has a product called the Kraken. There's a vape company under the same name that had a vape called the Kraken. Oh, okay, I'm wrong. I am wrong. He's pulling out cars? No, I'm pulling out the... Also, you think this is a car? You fool. You've fallen for my trap. Remember the Triton. How could I not? Is there someone who doesn't remember the Triton? We all know Ethan hates the Trident. I love the Triton's jimping. Is this just all rage bait? I do hate the Trident, you're right. But the Triton didn't have jimping. Does anybody like the Trident? I thought it was okay when I first tried it. Like, when I first tried it, I thought it was a better Nautilus. In fact... probably still do think it was a better Nautilus. It still doesn't mean that it was good. All right, everyone. He thought it was a car. Point and laugh. Point and laugh. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm done. All right. Thanks, chat. Thanks for watching. Good, Nibali's Trident versus Squid Trident. Squid Trident, probably. I've never flipped it. All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. It was genuinely, I know I'm a little loopy at the end here, but it was genuinely good conversation throughout the whole thing. I appreciate everyone who has been in here from the start of stream. Some of you have literally not done anything else tonight. So, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. But until the next one, no stream tomorrow, and I don't know when my next stream will be, but it'll be eventually. Thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good night, good day, good evening, whatever it is, wherever you are. Have a good one. Make some good choices, especially. Flip some good Balisongs. I'll see you in the next one. Later, guys. That sounded like a kiss. Hold on. It wasn't supposed to be a kiss. It's always supposed to be a... There we go.